Destroys our generation. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. Looking for inspiration in my life. Looking for inspiration all the time. Looking for, looking for, looking for, looking for. Hey!
And how's it going, everybody? Ooh, man, really, for anybody that was been tuning into DW Presents, I know we've been tweeting it out there, getting it out there, getting it hyped up there. They got so many great bands that are playing, I guess, as far as that, down there in Rockville, in Daytona, Florida. I think, currently we had, I forget what band was up there, but I got posted the schedule. I was kind of checking some of those things out there. The fact that the production value of that deal is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal, I guess, as far as they're doing a fantastic job. It makes me feel like I'm almost there. So if you haven't been checking out there, they still got one more day of Rockville. DW Presents. It's putting all that stuff on there. Like I said, if you're in the Rock Nation Discord, you're on the Twitter, you've been seeing my posts, I guess, as far as on that. But, yep. We're also... don't want to forget to mention this as far as we're finishing up our streaming week, I guess, as far as for Warrior Week, in support of Wounded Warrior Project. So we've got a couple of contributors, I guess, as far as for the campaign there, but it is still up and live. Exclamation point donate in the chat. We'll get you to the link to that. Still looking to get to that minimum goal there, because as far as of the $100, either by any one individual or just a collective, I guess, as far as the donations up to $100 to trigger that Steam Game Code giveaway, I guess, for Wreckfest to put in your Steam library. So if you or somebody you know may want to have a copy of that, tell all your friends. Tell your friends what's going on here with Warrior Week. Also, just to kind of a recap and a summary, I guess, as far as the goal that Wounded Warrior Project has set for Warrior Week this year has already been blown out of the water. Just like last year, they had set a $70,000 goal. It's already been surpassed. So the fact that it's just all from all of you out there in Twitch land, I guess, as far as that making that happen, you're going to have many Wounded Warriors to include their families, I guess, to be the beneficiaries, I guess, as far as all that support and like that. And this is what we do it for. Every year, this is the second year, at least for me, I guess, as far as to participate, I guess, in such a great cause. And I'm glad for it. So how is everybody doing anyway there, folks? Hope your Saturday is going well. It's pretty sunny here today. It's definitely making me feel pretty sunny and fuzzy inside, I guess, as far as watching all that great music, I guess, as far as live presentation by DW Presents on Twitch. Fantastic. Definitely recommend, I guess, as far as check it out. If you like, they've had such bands in there as Cypress Hill. I can't even name them all, but tonight they're supposed to have Stain coming up. I guess they've had Chevelle play yesterday, excuse me. Kind of losing my voice a little bit. But yeah, they've had so many great national bands as well as unsigned bands and things like that. So if definitely feel free, I guess, to check that out. I guess as far as on DW Presents on Twitch, and have a good time. I got it kind of playing in the background here, so just to kind of safeguard, I guess, as far as any possible DMC, I guess, on here on the channel, I'm gonna reserve, I guess, as far as to show that, as far as to play any of that, because it's they've had a little bit of an issue. They've had a little bit of issues, I guess, as far as you know, being able to some of the bands to be able to stream some of the bands, I guess, that are playing down there in Rockville. So I'm gonna honor that, I guess, as far as Mrs. Firebat coming in with the truck horn. How we doing? So me and Mrs. Firebat have been talking last week or so about what's going on there, Firebat. Mrs. Firebat coming in with the truck horn. Appreciate that, getting my attention there. A lot of times those sound alerts do get kind of used, I guess, as far as for getting my attention there. But definitely want to make sure I get my little spiel out there, I guess, as far as what we got going on here in the channel here to close the Warrior Week, I guess, as far as it is this is going to be the last stream, I guess, as far as the streaming week here. We'll be going up until next week. But yeah, the fact that the goal that Wounded Warrior Project has set, the 2 years running so far, it's been surpassed, and it's just phenomenal, I guess, to see such support by contributors, I guess, as far as for such a great cause that it is. You want me to have somebody check my Discord? Oh, I had to close that, unfortunately. Let me see. I had to close it because it's like a lot of times when I start running some of these programs during the stream there, it tends to puke itself. So what's Yeah, let me load it back up here real quick. Give me a second. I'm losing my voice because I was actually literally screaming, you know, kind of joining the crowd, I guess, as far as that is down there in Rockville. It's a freaking just, it's a great energy, I guess, that's down there. That's for sure. I wish it almost feels like I am down there, but not quite down there, if that makes sense. Well, let's see. It's loading. Give me a second. I'm trying. So the fact that when I get the streaming software going, I've got 3ds Max running in the background. I got Sandbox running in the background. We got lots of great new things, I guess, to show progress, I guess, as far as on the Texas Motor Speedway track build. So yeah, pardon, I guess, the little bit of hesitation that I've got, just for getting things up there. But I do find it necessary a lot of times, I guess, to close some things down that I don't need readily, as far as for stream at least, anyway. Okay, so I got it open here. Finally, it says it's like really chuggy, so apologize. All right, so yeah, we're discussing this as far as my IRL. Okay, so wait a minute. This thing is running really chuggy. I don't know if this is gonna let me. Dang it. Yeah, I would show this on screen here, but everything's kind of getting real chuggy here, so I apologize, folks. Octane coming in with the alert. Thank you for the alert. Model the shit. Thank you there, Octane. You shit. Yeah, we definitely have. As far as the okay, I'm getting, it's trying to cooperate here. As far as the Discord app here. Dang it. Ah. It's not. I can't scroll through this thing here. It's like, it's all broken up and choppy. I keep closing it and reloading it. It's, yeah, I'm not able to read the Discord, I guess, as far as while I've got the stream going, unfortunately. That's usually why, like I said, I usually try to keep that closed. So, without shutting stream down, I'm not going to be able to, so... I'm assuming, I guess it's, I don't know what it pertains to. Maybe you can kind of fill me in a little bit, Firebat, I guess, as far as, I'm feeling kind of like a doofus here, I guess, as far as, because I can't run all these applications like that. Like, even my browser tabs, I have to keep that to a minimum as well, as like, because it's such needing to run, I guess, as far as 3ds Max and other programs that I use, I guess, as far as during Saturday, it just bogs down the system, unfortunately. And I'm not trying to make excuses or anything like that. That's just the way the system is. So if it is anything that's super duper important that needs attention, I apologize, I guess, as far as for not being able to open the Discord. And it's open, but everything is all jacked up, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it. I'm not able to read it because the system's just puking itself. So they got the shots and slots going on there. How's that doing? Is the being all right with the shots? Oh, okay. That makes more sense. So, you guys, that's what you guys were talking about. I did catch a little bit of that, I guess, on there. So, if I'm reading that right, I guess, as far as early Christmas present, or FS22, you didn't have to do that. that was totally unnecessary, but very much appreciate that. I knew I liked you guys for some reason, but more than that, obviously. Great stream, I guess, as far as that Firebet puts on too. There, he's been playing the literal crap out of the out of the Dairyland map, I guess, as far as for FS19 there, and he tells me constantly it's because he likes the map, right? So if that's what it pertains to, I'll definitely make sure, I guess, as far as to check that out, I guess, as far as in Discord there. Very much appreciated, you guys. That's very much. I don't know what to say. I mean, I just appreciate it, I guess, as far as enjoying, I guess, the content that I've been creating, I guess, for 19 to include the productions. You've been pretty receptive, I guess, as far as any things that I've got to share with you, I guess, as far as to play on the Dairyland map. So appreciate that very much. You totally wanted to? Well, you know, you guys, yeah. Very much appreciated. I don't know what else to say. Nice people are awesome. You're not wrong, Nerd Torch. Very much not wrong. Yeah, you guys, thank you much. And I apologize too, I guess, as far as, like I said, but at least everybody's been able to hear it now, I guess, as far as well, I don't know wide open. We I guess in a way, I guess I got trying to keep everything transparent, I guess, in that regard. So that gives me a little bit of relief too, I guess, as far as to not have to wait too long. I was already staring down the barrel, I guess, as far as having to wait post fact of Christmas probably to be able to get that. So I don't have to worry about that anymore. that's pretty great. So that's just something else will be I have to look forward to. So as far as early Christmas present, as you mentioned there, yeah, it's very much appreciated. Like I said, I don't know what to say. Speechless. Anywho, yeah, I'm kind of stoked about that right now, but it's I will definitely make sure, like I said, it gets as far as to get into the Discord there. I had to close it back down, unfortunately. It's just totally pooping itself. So, but what are we here for today, folks? I guess other than everything else that I just mentioned, I guess, as far as for Warrior Week, don't forget about that. If you have a little jingle left in your pocket, it's been brought to perspective here, I guess, as far as by Brandy and Matt, the ones that have been putting this campaign on for Warrior Week in support of Winter Warrior Project. $19 a month, and whether if it's in the recurring subscription to Winter Warrior Project or just a one-time donation, helps out one Wounded Warrior and or family member, I guess, for an entire month. I mean, if that just gives you a little bit of perspective of just the impact Winter Warrior Project, you know, especially with Warrior Week here, has. That's one perspective of that Matt and Brandy have put it in too. So I'm just sharing that with you, because as far as, but the fact too, like I've already mentioned, the $70,000 goal that Winter Warrior Project has set, it's already been surpassed, and we've got still 1 day left. It goes through the 14th of this month, so we got 1 day left as far as for all the fantastic streamers that are participating in this Warrior Week, as far as to include myself. Got the campaign there. Actually, I need to bring this over. Got the campaign there right on the top of the screen. It kind of shows you where we're at. And like I said, this is going to be the last stream, I guess, as far as for Warrior Week for myself. So we've only reached the $30, and I've put that $100 incentive. And it's not an obligation, it's not a requirement, but I'm just saying there's an incentive there if you want a giveaway triggered for Steam game code of the base game of Wreckfest. Tell all your friends, let everybody know that wants to support such a great cause that is a Wounded Warrior Project, and we can make that happen. So just going to put that out there. So yeah, even with bringing this screen over, I guess, as far as to show the campaign bar at the top of the screen, I'll have that up there for the entirety of the stream. So just to kind of let you know what's all going on with that. Texas Motor Speedway. Lots of new things, like I already said, as far as that Torch has worked his tail off and getting at least these precursors here of the outer walls, the outside walls, I guess, as far as to get those somewhat laid laid down, if you will. So we're going to take a look at this real quick here in Sandbox. Whether or not I'm going to get to anything that I have to go over as far as to complete what's going on with the victory lane. Torch, I wasn't sure if you were aware either, so I'll just put that out there. It wasn't really that big of a deal. The victory lane was in here, but you didn't have the people, and I had to double check to make sure that it did send those to you, which I did. All I had to do was just reapply that, so that's the only thing that was missing on the PTF or whatever that you sent me. Like I said, wasn't a total big deal at all, but just so you know, I guess as far as like that, I don't know if you've already got those in there, but if you do, I know the flags. I don't think I sent you that. I don't know. I know the people that I did though too. But anyway, I put those back in there. That's all. The only point that I wanted to make there. So I wanted to have all the same stuff that we had in there, I guess as far as from last week, at least anyway, just to kind of be able to see what's going on with the track. We got a lot of stuff in here. I don't know how else to put it. I guess as far as these medallions in particular, these 3D medallions that are embossed in the wall. This has been the bulk of what Torch has been working on. So not only on the straightaways, but also in the turns. So we're going to kind of pan around here. So some of these have already been in there, like those there. Some have been updated. So bear chuck because I don't remember having them. Okay. I did, but like I said, if you don't have them, I will be sure to send you this PTF, because this does include everything that you've done on top of me putting that back in there. So if you don't have this, I'll be sure to get that to you again, just to make sure. But I just wanted to throw that out there just in case it might have been an oversight is all. So yeah, let's take a look at these outside walls. So starting in turn 1 here, you've got these. This is all brand new. So you can see it has the same effect, relatively, I guess, as far as the by the start finish line or whatever that Torch had already applied, and we're testing that out. I guess as far as how this applying this medallion, this 3D medallion to the geometric safer. So keeping in mind this safer, as far as the steel that represents the seal on this, is geometric, and these medallions are modeled. So one of the problems that has been evident, I guess, as far as in trying to do this, and with any by any means, as far as being able to apply a 3D object, I guess, to something that's already geometric, those are two different entities. You know, just to kind of put that into perspective, to get that to balance and make it mesh, you know, to make it look like it blends and like it belongs, it's all like one piece. It's a pain in the butt, to say the least, and it's with no reservation, I guess, as far as that. Torch stayed up. I don't even remember how long it was. I received a message, I guess, as far as late last night, and just kind of confirmed with him, I guess, as far as to get this. He wanted to make sure this was done, and wanted to make sure I had everything, and I appreciate that very much. I guess Torch, but he was up really, really, really late. Let's just put it that way. Later than I've seen him do, and it's just to get it this far. It's great. So we got signage also in the turns here. We haven't had this yet. This is all brand new. And he's depicted this as much as, you know, to realism as possible as far as the accuracy, placement of these items, I guess, as far as on the actual track. We still got another turn 1. Is this one labeled turn 1 as well? Gotta go back here for a second. So this one's just Texas. And then this is turn 1. And over here. So you still got the 3D medallions going all the way through this, and this is evident at the actual track too, as far as the way they've got these. So the way these blend in so far here on the geometric and the model pieces, that's just, I don't know how else to do that. Now there is obviously some disparities, and I've mentioned this to Torch with Torch, because as far as prior to the start of stream, we still have some very noticeable disparities, I guess, as far as this is the 3D model. These haven't been done yet. The only ones that have been worked on so far are the outer walls, so I just want to make that clear. But you can see with the way the shading has been done, for example, on for these medallions, it does kind of offset, for the lack of a better way to put it, and that's still yet to be you know, balanced out. But just to kind of give you an idea, and this was something that I had suggested would possibly have to be done, because all of this in the inner walls here are modeled. which has that geometric effect to it as far as to have the collision, right? But this is all relatively modeled in comparison to the outer walls, which you have the two different entities as far as, like I said, the geometric steel, which is part of Sandbox that has that collidable thing, and this is modeled. So I don't know how else, I guess, better to put that. It's hard to do that. It's as far as to be able to get that a lot of times, especially when you have all these different angles that is the banking and so on. I guess to get this to all look like it meshes right together, and there's very little to anything like as far as clipping with the two different entities and so on. Even with having the idea, I guess, as far as having a DAE export of the actual geometry of the track, it's not a perfect science, right? But it gets you really pretty daggum close, I guess, as far as to where it needs to be. You know, with even slight minor adjustments, I guess, as far as applying to the model, the DAE model, the geometric of the track into 3ds Max. Torch is the one that has all that information there. So the other thing that Torch has mentioned is that he's done like several different methods to try and get this to where it's looking right now. This is what you're looking at right now. So what's it, 3:30 a.m.? That's pretty crazy. Rock on the dairy farm map. Does the sugar factory have an icon on the map also? I don't think the sugar one does. I tended to keep the welcome in, by the way, there, Orion. There's another favorite fan, I guess, of the Dairyland map. I did have to keep the icons for the sugar factory for a lot of the productions that are on there as to a minimum, just so that it didn't look so cluttered, you know, as far as being able to get that. So there's only specific icons, I guess, as far as to be able to get to different places there, like the paper factory and so on. So I think the sugar factory, if my memory serves me right, I think is one of them that's not there. So you would have to go to like maybe the meat factory or the fabric factory, I guess, to get within the vicinity of the sugar factory, if that makes sense. Like I said, I had to do that. There was a method to my madness there to do that, because otherwise, to have all those icons there and kind of populate in there, it makes it very, very, very cluttered in that area. So we're kind of talking about two different things here, but it's relatively the same thing. We talking about things, you know, it's for Dairyland map for Farm Sim, and also track. So I appreciate that. Yeah. So hopefully that makes sense there, Ryan. Like I said, Torch has been up there a while. I'm gonna make sure I didn't miss something in chat. All right, Ryan. You know you don't have the flags? Okay, cool. If you don't have that, Torch, I will make sure that you get those. I just pulled those out of the 2015 build of the Texas track, so if that helps any. But yeah, I'll make sure the placement that I've got for those and all that good stuff, I'll make sure you get that. Not a problem. I was kind of considering too whether or not to remodel that too. It would be a little bit of a task. If I wanted to have, say, enough frames into it, I'd have to have several different levels, I guess, as far as how that flag changes, for example. I have played around a little bit too, I guess, as far as with what is called skinned meshes. Skin meshes basically allow you to start from one point, and then through a script, which we don't really have the option for, you know, a dynamic script, as far as a script that constantly allows things to change on the regular. So I'm still trying to work out the dynamics of how that using a skinned mesh for Inter 2003 models, at least anyway, would work. I've been able to what's the word I'm looking for? I've been able to get them successfully worked out, I guess, as far as for such simulations like Farm Sim, which you can take a model as far as that looks relatively static, but because it's a skin mesh, you're able to stretch it and change the shape of it based on that. So with the flags being relatively cloth, I can make that a skin mesh possibly. So I've been playing around with that a little bit to see what I can do with that. Because what's really kind of awkward, I guess, with these flags, when they sit static and you don't have at least the 2-mile-an-hour wind that I've already tested these with, it makes the flag on the one side look backwards, and that's what you see here, I guess, as far as what I've got posted here. So what should be against the pole actually flips it. Now when the flag is actually animated, when it's actually flowing in the wind direction and so on, even at 2 miles an hour, like I said, as I tested, then it's fine. It's just when it's static like that, as far as like, so if you don't necessarily want to run that realistic wind on there, even if it is just a 2 mile an hour, it makes the flags look kind of funky. So whether or not we'll take the approach, I guess it definitely won't be this stream, but that's something to keep in mind, I guess, as far as and I want to be able to have something in there, because if it ends up being relatively the same amount of structure to the flags, to be able to have that in here as we test this, we can see what shape the track is in, I guess, as far as being able to run a race on it. So with all this stuff that Torch has added, it does add polys and so on. It adds some more weight to the track, I guess, as far as how it's going to potentially function in the sim. Now I will say I have taken a lap or two just in testing, just to see how the track is running. It doesn't crash, which is always a good thing. What I haven't done is actually test it with other cars in any of the series, as far as either the Splash and Go mods and things like that. So that's what we're going to get into today for sure. That is the game plan, I guess, as far, and that's probably going to be the main focus about this whole stream here today is just critiquing out what can be tweaked on, I guess, as far as so we'll see what the results are when we do a test race with the track, with everything added in here. But to kind of continuing where we left off here in turn 1 all the way through here, so there, got all the badging through here. And the other thing that Torch has mentioned, the way some of the segments here, especially in turns 3 and 4, with the segments being so wide, regardless of how big you make your segment, that's probably something to go pretty good to go over here. So as you build the track, you can see this segment here, how wide this is, right? This is not necessarily a bad thing. Where it comes to be a little bit troublesome is, regardless of how big your segment is, the maximum number of tech segs that you can have on a wall segment, and keep in mind this would be one continuous long wall segment, you can only have a maximum of 16 tech segs in any one given. So like I said, regardless of how big your tech segment is, and this can sometimes create issues being able to get all the logos that you need to have on there. One of the suggestions that Torch had mentioned, I guess, as far as, when we were discussing this late last night, early this morning, however you want to put it, was to possibly make those textures that go applied to it much, much wider. So if you have to go as high as the maximum that Inter 2003 will allow, like saving a 4096, you might have to do that. Definitely, what you don't want to consider, if you got the track running the way you're wanting it to, and the way it should, and so on, as far as like with the lack of bumps and things like that, it would behoove you not to split this up. It's very, very tempting a lot of times, in order to get what you need onto your geometric walls in particular, with that limitation of the 16 tech segs, to want to split that. Don't want to do that if you can avoid it. Keeping these track segments to a minimum is going to be the most optimization that you'll be able to apply to the track. Because keeping in mind, as we've shown this many times before, when you look at the polys that exist and just the geometry itself with nothing else applied to it, you're already dealing with a lot of weight as far as polygons go. So when you start splitting the track up even more, all you're doing is compounding those polys and those faces that make up the actual geometry of the track. And that's only talking about the geometry of the track, nothing else. No other structures, no other 3D models as far as like our hotel or grandstands or anything like that. So when you start adding weight in the form of other 3D objects on top of what already exists in the geometry of the track, you have to keep that in consideration, I guess, as far as when you're always have to keep that in consideration when you're applying things, I guess, to your track. So when you can minimize splitting the track up, always try to do that. Always. And I think that's going to be a very valid option, I guess, as far as to be able to turn. We're going to look at some of these textures that are applied to the wall here in just a moment, but so stay tuned for that, just to kind of see what's involved with those textures that are applied there, and it'll give you some insight too, I guess, as far as how these logos are applied to track items. So for some it might be a little bit of a summary, for some it might be some valuable insight, hopefully. You test with the splash and go. I'm assuming probably the Monster Energy 19, probably. You would have to shoot. You would have to shoot me. Well, that's probably good. I mean, that's probably pretty aggressive there, Torch. But yeah, you definitely want to get it. Even if you have to, like, physically, slap yourself in the hands, like, no, don't do that. I mean, and whatever it takes, I guess, as far as to remove the urge to want to split. Like I said, especially when you get the track running as nice and smooth as it is right now, you don't want to step on that. I think you've got the way everything is depicted in here, especially, like, I'll just go back real quick as far as the way the openings are on pit road, for example. You've got the one that's open so that you can get the access to the victory lane, for example. You've only how do I want to put this, as far as to just represent the openings in the wall there. They're there, but it still has the collision there, as far as that is a geometric, and that's to eliminate splitting it up too much. So you're maintaining, I guess, a bigger segment as opposed to small slivers of segments, and that's what you want to do. Keep the the smaller segments, even the ones that are the 6 meters, the minimum of 6 meters, I guess, as far as to compensate, I guess, as far as for the head to tail of the actual vehicle that runs on the track. Keep that to a minimum. Don't split it up, I guess, as far as you got multiple instances, I guess, of the 6 meter wide track segments, from head to tail. The more you can keep that to a minimum, the better. I know for some it might tend to sound like I'm beating a dead horse, but it is something you need to drill in your head to keep the track segments to a minimum at all possible. And I think the way this is done there, even with this track seg that's so wide like this, it makes for a nice smooth corner. As far as the lack of bumps and things like that, the fact that you can set the car so low, as much as I've been able to with the setup. I need to probably jack the springs up just a little bit on that, because I do bottom out with the setup that I've been running on the track. It does bottom out pretty well, and you can usually hear it and even see it in the replay, I guess, as far as the sparks that fly. That has nothing to do with the problem with the track itself. It's just the way I've got my car set up. I'm trying to get as much speed out of that bad boy, I guess, as far as in that end of the track in comparison, because as we've seen for most that have been tuning in, I guess, as far as when I run these test races on this track, it is a very different animal on one end of the track to the other, and it almost 100% behaves like the actual track. I've watched some footage, I guess, as far as how the actual track actually responds to the aero packages that they have, like in NASCAR Cup Series. It's pretty stinking close. I mean, I don't know how much closer you can actually get. I'm not saying it's perfect. It's not perfect by any stretch of the means, because there are still, like, natural and organic type of bumps that exist on the actual track. We don't necessarily have those in this version here, but to be able to run the track as smooth as I've been able to with the setup I've been running onto lately, you couldn't ask for more. I mean, it's been turning out great. Oh, you almost got it. You missed it by one stinking emo. Right, and that's really the takeaway, Torch, is as far as when you get the track that's running as nice as it is here, when you start, I mean, you can test it out, right, if you wanted to, just to kind of see what would happen. So, like, if you ran just a test PTF, just a throwaway PTF to split that up there, and then go ahead and apply your textures, I guess, to your walls as you just to test it, right? That's all I would. That's as far as you'll probably come to find, more than likely, probably more likely than not, that if you split that up there, you're going to ruin how this turn actually responds, I guess, to setup. So, and it's going to be a negative. In most cases, it's going to be a negative impact. So it becomes kind of a psychic as far as like that. It's just like, this feels fine. It's like, yeah, it is a little bit different, but you're definitely going to notice a difference, I guess. But just in comparison here, so this end of the track is a little bit more split up, right? And it was probably for good reason, just because of how we did the radius of that. So some might tend to ask, I guess, as far as, you want to talk about cookie cutter tracks. When you start laying the track out based on the actual configuration of the track, you really get a sense of what's going on here. So the fact that this one's a lot more broken up on this end in comparison to this end, it really begins to show you that it's not really a cookie cutter. As far as the cookie cutter tracks, every track, even though they look relatively the same type of shape, as far as a D-shaped oval, for example, every track, from Kansas to Chicagoland, all these different tracks that are relatively labeled as a cookie cutter to other tracks, they got their own deviations, I guess, from that likeness, being the same anyway. So anyway, I think I'm rambling on a little bit, but I want to continue, I guess, to kind of show everything else has been done. So this is relatively this end of the track. And again, nothing's been done to the interior, I guess, as far as that goes. Everything that I'm showing here is all about the outside of the track. So there's some more there. We got the Texas no limit. That's the apex of the turn. So it's like practically right in front of the tunnel, which I think this is pretty cool too, the way this is done. Keeping that up to, and whether or not this will, as we add more livery, I guess, as far as to the infield, as far as like camper groups and cars and things like that, to kind of populate the infield, we'll come to finding as far as if it's going to be too much weight on the track, as far as to run nice and smooth during an actual race event. But I think as it stands right now, I hope this will be able to keep this, to be honest. I think this is a pretty cool aspect here. So if you were to put a camera out here in the infield to be able to catch that tunnel, I guess, as far as where it actually is in reality, that would be freaking phenomenal. But I'm sure Torch probably took the approach as far as to take note, I guess, as far as how this lines up with that, in comparison to video footage and stills. I'm going to take it on your word, I guess, as far as that this is how it's supposed to be. I mean, as far as the accuracy of it goes, pretty cool. So that's the apex of the turn. We got some O'Reilly here in this part. Getting out to turn 2. Then we got more medallions. Now I did notice, I did mention to Torch, and he's aware of this, and this is why it's, these here are more or less a precursor. They're still going to need some tweaks. This is not final by any stretch of the means. But you can see the little bit of clipping that's in here from a distance. So those types of things will get corrected. That was something I was mentioning to Torch. So just to kind of give you some visual representation there. So things like that will definitely get corrected on there. But still up close there, you would never know. But that's just, they would never know that it was even a problem. It just amazes me, I guess, as far as how well this all blends in. And granted, it's still precursor. Can't mention that enough, but it's such a great placeholder, I guess, as far as good start, I guess, as far as to what is going on here. You're gonna add a few cars going in and out of the tunnel. That'd be pretty wicked. Yeah. Put them down in there, because the fact that all this in here this is all 3D model too, as far as the infield. This is all model. So that's based on the actual geometry of the track. The image here is based on an actual satellite, so real world information, I guess, as far as that goes. And that's Torch has got that real world image, I guess, as far as mapped to that infield object. I think that was great. He did try previously, I guess, as far as to do that with the outside ground here. Didn't necessarily care for how that looked, so he took a different approach to it, and I think it's probably better for that. I think I pointed this out last stream, I guess, as far as this little bit of bleed that's in here. So it's better, but it's not quite where it needs to be. I think Torch had mentioned, you can probably elaborate, Torch, I guess, as far as that you put some greenish color, I guess, to that. There's a little bit of work that would need to be done, I guess, as far as on that texture, I guess, as far as I think it's called signage, if I remember right, just to kind of remove this bleed. That is that magenta color. So yeah, there's that. Okay. moving right along. So we got this little bit, and I think has existed for a little bit, I guess, as far as like that. I think there's just a little bit of miscuing here is all, I guess, as far as that goes. I don't think that had anything to do with this latest PTF save or anything. I think it's been there, and whether or not we'll be able to do anything with that, that's still yet to be seen. I don't think it's going to be a deal breaker if that's not able to get corrected. I think a lot of it just has to do with how the segments are split and how that texture gets applied. I'm assuming, I guess, as far as too, that it's got the same texture size, I guess, as far as between all the segments. That sometimes happens. That's kind of normal. That's just somewhat of a limitation or issue that it does exist as far as being able to get these, because you're coming out of a curved section into a straight, and the way textures get rendered onto the geometric plane, I guess, as far as that is the track surface, even walls for that matter, tend to get, look like that. You can actually see where the segment begins and ends on this head and tail. I guess if that wasn't clear. Yeah, with look camera. Yeah, so we haven't even touched that much, I guess, as far as doing camera spots, but I think that would be pretty awesome, I guess, as far as to have that kind of library, I guess, in there. It would be even cooler. I don't want to get too deep into this, but it would be even cooler if you can actually put waypoints on those. We can actually have them moving in and out of the tunnel. That's, you have what's called PTH files that you can add waypoints to different objects like that. I don't know how that would work with doing that there, because you would have that angle that is coming up out of the tunnel. It could probably be, I mean, that's way down the line. I wouldn't even want to consider doing that just yet. We got lots more to do, as far as tweaks on the track and stuff like that before you even get that far. But that is something that you can probably put on the list of a potential that could be done, because adding waypoints to objects like vehicles coming in and out of the tunnel wouldn't be that much of an issue, because you're not really animating the actual model. All you're doing is you're telling you want it to be able to move from this frame to this frame. So it's a little bit different animal when it comes to animating and having that protocol within the model itself, if that makes sense. You're taking a static item, applying a PTH to it, and saying you want it to move from this point to this point at different intervals. So, and I think I've shown that a couple times, I guess, on streams there, but not necessarily on this build. It does sound pretty cool. That's what I thought I'd mention there. But we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, Circus, as far as that, though. This is some things that you can think about. Because even like with the blimp that goes around, that's the same idea. When you add the blimp that's in the sky, that uses that PTH file that has the waypoints, so it gives it the effect that it's going around the track during your race sessions, for example. It's the same idea. So that's just adding the cherry on the top, I guess, as far as how it brings the energy and all that stuff, as far as just having moving items, I guess, as far as like that during a race session. So we've got, what else we got here? Got more badging here coming out of turn 2. Got the cut series and Coke. Cool, so actual badging. And then coming down here to the back stretch. So we got the medallions starting here. I don't remember if you had these in already, Torch. I can't remember. You have to elaborate for me. I don't think these were, but kind of lost sight a little bit, I guess, as far as what was going on there. But yeah, badging here on the back stretch. And again, I would assume you probably use the idea, I guess, as far as where to place this there, to kind of line it up and center it up with the big hoss, based on video footage and such like that. That's probably the way they've done it. I mean, that looks pretty damn cool right now. So I'm not divulging in here really close here yet. I will in just a second. I also want to show how these textures are applied, as far as the size of those, just to kind of give some clarity, I guess, as far as what goes into this, I guess, as far as to get items like that applied, especially when you're using both 3D model pieces and just the geometric. Very different animals, I guess, as far as in themselves. What was the note for? I'm sorry. I forgot what I was saying. You didn't use Any video footage, I guess, to line it up? Is that what you meant? I think, yeah, maybe that's what we were talking about. I mean, if you didn't, that's pretty cool too, to be able to just eyeball it here in Sandbox. All right, so oh, those weren't in there. Okay, cool. Thanks for the clarity on that. So those medallions were not in there. Gotcha. So these have been added. These are new on the back stretch. Okay. Now we're getting into turn 3. Got some more badges here, and this is the main problem that Torch was mentioning to me as far as having the most issue with only having the maximum of 16 tech segs to be able to apply to the wall. Having such a big, such a wide segment, it makes it a little difficult. So you don't get any additional amount of segments, like I was mentioning earlier, just as far as to, just because it's a wider segment, the maximum is 16. Regardless. So sometimes that can be a problem. If there's a lot of badging and a lot of signage, I guess, in the area, like this, on this end here, that is 3 and 4. One of the things that you might have to look into, and we're going to show that, is to widen the actual textures being applied to it to wider, the widest you can get it, for example. Like, say, as wide as a 4096 to get everything on there. Now, Torch, I think you had mentioned that you weren't able to get all the logos that are actually on turns 3 and 4, so maybe you can elaborate on that, just to kind of, again, some clarity. But from what you got on here so far that I can see, we got turn 3 with the medallions, and I don't know if there was any clipping on this one. Yeah, so that's one thing I do check for, I guess, as far as when you're applying. So not as much on the turn 3 one here, but even from a distance here, that looks pretty good in comparison to what I was showing on turn 2. I know turn 4 one does have that. Yeah, so if you're missing any badging on here whatsoever, you wouldn't know it. I think that's what you mentioned to me, though. Yep, so the medallion's up on this part. And again, just like on the other end, you have this relatively... Well, this one isn't as much, but yeah, so as far as that Texas no limits Texas there, you've got that by the tunnel. Horse fart me. So you have some ideas on what to do. There is another set of Orion logos closer to turn 4. Gotcha. So you would be basically over here. I gotcha. And you weren't able to get that in there because you already used up all the 16 tech segs that you're allowed, I guess, for the segment. Yeah, we're going to take a look at that here in just a moment here, but just to kind of get, so there, I'm assuming you'd have some O'Reillys that are in between what's turn 4 logos there and this no limits. So there would be some O'Reillys like in this area, for example. And with using up all those 16 tech segs, you're not able to put it there. So I'm assuming, again, by at this point, because of that, you had to make sure you got the turn 4 one in there, and then figure out something as far as how to get the O'Reilly in there. I think there's probably some options there. We'll take a look at those just to see what can be done. We'll see here. So turn 4 here, got the medallions in here too. Now I did notice, and I did point this out to Torch, just like in turn 2, got that little bit of clipping as far as the medallions there. So that will need a little bit of adjustment. Very minimal, but I mean, it's, it's definitely fixable. And coming out of turn 4, we got the badging here, and we're finishing up our badging on this one here. So we got our final set coming, starting off from the start finish line. There's our final set of medallions and the Texas logo outside of 4, coming up to pit entrance. Also, I guess you got a little bit more here, I guess, as far as the start zone. This really, I think, finishes off the restart zone very well. So you've got all the signage that is in the restart bar, as far as that is that zone. We already had this down here on the ground. This is the final touch, I guess, as far as to get that restart zone all nice and highlighted. Really finishes it off very well. So the fact that they put all the markings on the wall, this is to help the drivers to determine. So not only do they have the visual of the flagger, they also have the visual of this zone here to be able to determine, yep, it's time to go. They've been applying this, I guess, since at least I want to say 2014 or 15, to add this this area here to give more clarity for the drivers to be able to know when is it that they can go. So they do have their spotter that they usually can rely on too, but all these different cues as far as audio, visual, and so on to be able to really clarify, I guess, as far as when, especially the one that's sitting on the front, you know, as far as to be able to know when it's time to go and when they can go and not get penalized. That's the thing. Now the white lines across the track get removed or become much shorter. So they don't have these here as far as these lines. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, with having all the other badging that's on the ground and such, I don't know what it looks like in reality, so I'm going by. You probably know more about that as far as the footage that you've got there. So if these can be removed eventually, then yeah, that would make sense. Because you've already have all this badging here that's on the... Now, do they have cones on the fence as well? I know in a lot of cases they will put cones on the fence pole. Again, just to give more visual clarity, I guess, as far as for the drivers, I guess, to be able to know, especially on a restart. This is short line off the... Okay, I got you. So it's just not quite as long as all. I think I'm with you. Yeah, so that's, I think that's finishing off, I guess, as far as all the badging here, other than this here, and coming right back to the start-finish line. Now, getting in a little bit now, so now that I've been able to show all of this here, we can see what's all being applied, I guess, as far as texture-wise and such, to these things. So one of the things that I put on the side was some of the things that have been replaced and or removed, I guess, at this point. So I'm going to go into that here just real quick. So we got this update folder here. So here's all the new items as far as all the medallions that have been set that I've already shown. Our track mat items. So all that badging that we see on the track, we're going to go through these one by one just in a minute. So some of the things that have been replaced, and I kind of set this off here. So this is the one that was the original. So I'm going to open this up real quick and compare all that's been done with what's in there now. This is one in particular I wanted to be able to show here. They have little signs saying, oh, do they really? Now, I think that I mentioned that before too. So as far as like even in the turns, they have those markers where it's like 3, 2, 1. I know they have those in the corners, I think. At least anyway, I didn't know if they had something like that for the restart. How do you like the naming conventions of the... Yeah, the one thing that I did take note of here, Torch, I've never tried this myself, and I'm kind of curious. Right here. So the naming convention here, this is what Torch was mentioning. The naming convention here, yeah, this is what I would go with. So the fact that if any of these items get changed over any span of time, because we know this will happen, I guess, as far as especially in the NASCAR events, keeping these names otherwise general instead of naming them specific, that's what I've always tend to harp on, I guess, as far as like that. Try not to make them, I guess, as far as in like specific, like the fact that there's O'Reilly on the walls and there's Geico and whatever else is there, they don't name it that way, because if that changes, you still have the name of that's in the name of that. So being able to change that down the road and not having to worry about changing the name of the texture, that's been my perspective, I guess, on that. But also the way you've got the pound sign, I guess, as far as named on this, I've never used that symbol before. So the fact that this does actually poses an option, I do usually always stress at least to put an underscore, right? So even if it was just softball _1, that probably would have been sufficient. But the fact that you were able to apply, I guess, with that pound sign, there are certain symbols that be it either Windows or even naming the MIP, I guess, as far as in Inter 2003, it doesn't like it. So being able to use such things as like, trying to think of a symbol that doesn't work right off the top. There's a lot of, there are certain symbols that the sim itself doesn't like. So the fact that this does work, and we'll test this, we'll be able to test this out to confirm. So far in Sandbox it seems to be fine, but that's pretty interesting. That was one thing I did take notice, like, ooh, he used a pound sign. Very interesting. But all the other items too, I guess as far as all the medallions, he's got these, Torch has got these set up in sets. So this would be set 1, so as far as you got the 2 on either side of, it'd be either Texas turn 1, Texas, so on. So these are all in sets. I'm going to open this up with 3D SimEd, and these should open up with soft wall inner. And I'm going to be getting it too. Now these are all built in place, so it's probably not going to show very well here in 3D SimEd. So I would assume set 1 is going to be in turn 1. Maybe you can clarify there, Torch. But yeah, that's what I would assume. These are being named medallion set 1, 2, and so on. That would be turn 1, turn 2, whatever, in sequential order. I figure rather than softball number _1, it would be nice to use the, yeah. No, and you're not wrong. I think that was pretty wise. I guess I'd be able to try that out. But just keeping in mind though, like I was mentioning, as far as there are certain symbols that when you name, as far as the naming conventions of your textures, that the simulation itself, let alone Wimit 2, as far as when you're compiling the texture, it doesn't like it. And you'll find that out. It'll definitely bark at you to let you know. It's like, hey. Okay, so start finish line is mid. Okay, so that's a good point then. So the fact there's been removed items, and one of those is the removed items is the start finish line. This is my logo. We didn't need this anymore, so that's been removed. So that first set is the one that Torch just mentioned there. That's the one by the start finish line. So that's the first set of 2. Then you've got also the SMI medium dual. So these are the 2 items that have been removed. And then also you had these previously as far as these softwall textures. Those have all been removed. I think that was just a precursor. And now you've got the ones that we have now, which are these. So you got the stripes here for the restart zone. You got the restart zone. Yeah, we're going to be going through a lot of these textures here in just a moment. But what I wanted to get into as far as with this inner, as far as the softwall inner. So the fact that it's being used on the outside wall as well at this point, at least anyway, this may involve, I guess, as far as to change that, as far as to get the coloring and the shading done proper, I guess, as far as the outside walls in comparison to the modeled inside walls. As I've already showed that little bit of disparity in color and shading that there is. So, still like this, I'm going to open up. Oh crap, it's not going to go there. Okay, no problem, we'll just navigate. I had to move some folders around, so that's probably fair. So I want to open up the replace. So this was the original. This was the original softwall inner. So those modeled walls that are in there, it uses this as a medallion. So the outside wall as it stands right now is still using this, at least. Maybe some other of this one, at least this medallion. So the way the new one is made, I'm gonna open that one next and compare these two. I thought that was really interesting, I guess, to be able to show this as far as so far what Torch is taking the approach of is as far as to use texture that's already in existence, so to remove any necessity, I guess, as far as creating another texture, I guess, for relatively the same type of items, right? So that's what I think that's the approach that he's taken so far. My PSD template does have a second logo I can use on the inside. Okay. I allowed myself. Okay, so what if you're mentioning it correctly there, Torch? On your layer template for this here, you can add another one of these so that you can add them independent. So it'll still be using the soft wall inner for the outside walls, but it'll have a separate medallion, I guess, as far as to be able to control. So you've got room on that template, I guess, as far as for this texture. That's pretty cool. Now there's you've been doing that, I guess, as far as on plenty of the other textures too, like the signage, which has the billboards, and also I think the outer ground. I might be, yeah. I think that's, you've got several other items that are using the same texture, and you've got lots of room in that to be able to put those different items. So being able to apply more than one item to a singular texture, that's good too. If you can pull that off, definitely always try to do that. So yeah, where was I? We want to open up the current texture. So this is the one that we were previously using. So so we'll be able to see this this texture here in particular to be able to progress from what it's looking like now. So it's going to look much differently as the build progresses. So here's the new one. Take a look at this one. You can see the differences now. So you can see there's much more shading on that medallion part, and you can see how that looks on the actual outer walls in comparison to the inner walls. Let me go back over to here real quick, just to kind of summarize, I guess, as far as what I've already shown earlier. But just to give you an idea of what's going on along this, with this whole process of how you apply the texture and the actual model to these. So the outside walls here, you can see how that shading affects how that modeled piece is on the outer wall. But then you can also see the disparities that exist, at least for now, on the inner walls. So that amount of shading is a little too much, I would say, possibly, as far as on this one here. But to balance it out, I guess, as far as the whiteness that's on the text here for Texas, to kind of balance that out, it's probably going to create the necessity to have something more like this on the inner walls and something more like this on the outer walls. And just like Torch had mentioned, he's got room on his layer template for this texture to be able to do that. See the spot next to existing logo to the right? Yeah. Right. So like this spot over here. And as long as you've got room on there to do it, that's great. Being able to optimize the use of that texture. Whenever you have the ability or the option to do that, definitely do that, as opposed to making a whole new texture that's relatively the same size just to do relatively the same thing. When you already have something that's there, it's all about keeping everything optimized. So not only from the 3D modeled level, but also how many textures and how big that texture is. And if it does require, like it will more than likely with the logos, I guess, as far as on the turn 3-4 side, to adjust the size of that. We're going to go in that next, I guess, as far as to show how all these textures are applied to our actual walls. Yeah, this is going to be the bulk of what the stream is about here. So we'll probably be doing very little modeling, so just showing everything that's been done by Torch right now, and you could hopefully get a sense, I guess, at this point, just how much work has been put into this in a relatively short period of time. He's only had it's crazy when you think of it. Oh, okay. I think I got you. I did mention that. Let me open that again real quick, just to kind of give that clarity as far as what Torch was talking about. So the curved area to the right. So it was just right here, but right next to it. Is that what you meant? Leave that open there for a second. Yeah, I got you. So there's a little bit of a curved shapes section here. Kind of hard to probably tell on there, but you'll be able to put one right next to that up to the right. So you got this area right here, for example. Yeah, the fact that you've got room, I guess, to be able to, there's wiggle room, I guess, in that texture, that's pretty cool. Very, very awesome. All right, so let's all right, so we'll get into opening some of these here. So I think I'm gonna go right with what's in here instead of burying them out. So these are all the new textures to the outside walls that are applied. Some of them are pretty obvious, I guess, as far as what they content, the subject matter of it. We're gonna open now all these and kind of take a look at them and see what's going on with them. So that's just the one. Okay. So yeah, they'll kind of follow suit here. So we got the 2 for turn 2. And you can see these are all on a map of 2, so it's basically this map of 2, just in case, for some it might be summary, but the map of 2 does allow for the tiling of this texture, I guess, as far as horizontally. So depending on how large you make the texture onto the geometric wall, the geometric piece, will determine, I guess, as far as how this gets stretched out, as far as how large that is. And that's usually the mapping of choice, I guess, as far as for applying to walls. That map of 2. You still got nothing on the shot. I saw that one earlier. Accidentally thought ahead. Alright, so we got this finishing up here, all the new textures here. So we got for turn 3. So as I show some of these, I'll probably close this up here, because a lot of times when you load a plethora of textures into WinMap 2, it tends to kind of crap the bed. So as I show these, I'll just kind of close some of these up there so I can really focus on some of these you really want to take a look at. So there's all the turn logos. I'll close these up. So that would be the numbers that are in the respective turns. You can see the size of that. That is probably the smallest one that you probably use, like 512 by 128. That's a pretty standard size for wall textures. So you got the No Limits Texas. This is probably a little bit wider. Yep. So this one, I want to say it's probably 2048. Or is that a 4096? I'm trying to get an idea, I guess, as far as I can do this myself too. But if you would give me clarity, actually, I'm just gonna kind of humor myself, so I'm gonna make this a bitmap. This one is a 4096. Okay, so this would be this size here would be the maximum that you'd be able to make any given wall texture. Anything beyond that is too large, I guess, as far as the limitations, I guess, as far as for Enter 2003. So just as oh, it's a 2048. Is it a 4090? No. So which one is it? You didn't make any 4096. So this one's a 2048 then. I'm going to clarify this here in just a moment. I'm going to make this into a bitmap. Okay, and I'm going to save that. And we're going to clarify this right now. Even as we speak. So let's do this. So I made this into a bitmap. Here. And if we open this up in our handy dandy paint shop, we're going to find out right now. So this image is 2048. I can already tell. What? Close up there. Image. Information. Confirm. 2048. Actually, yeah, 128 high by 2048. So this is 2048. You know, to start off, I guess at this length here, nothing wrong with that. What we're really getting into, I guess, as far as probably the necessity that it will probably exist for turns 3 and 4 to be able to add, you know, so you'd have to make some of these wider, and that's what we want to take a look at, really. This one's probably fine as far as to leave it at that. For the most part, this is usually the maximum width that you want to put on a wall texture. Minimize the number of 4096 as much as possible, I guess, if that makes sense. Again, it all comes down to balancing that out. If you have to make a 4096, then go ahead and do that. If it's not necessary to use a 4096, then don't. Keep it to at least the 2048. Yeah, it does that too. That's a good point. I'm glad you mentioned that too. But if you wanted to actually put that in there, you can actually do that. But it will do that too. That's a good point, Torch. Yeah, so what Torch was mentioning is down in the bottom here. Whoop, usually in the bottom left-hand corner. Get out of here. Anyway, down in the bottom left-hand corner, it'll tell you, I guess, as far as what the size of it is. So in the fact, it is 2048 by 128, so on. So you can confirm down there too. So without even opening up as a bitmap, I just wanted to confirm this way, because it's a little bit harder to see on stream, I suppose, I guess, as far as down here. But it will show it down here, way in the bottom of the X. I got my thing in the bottom down there, but down way in the bottom left-hand corner of WinMap 2, it'll tell you as well. Yeah. So I think Torch has already confirmed, I guess, as far as the biggest, no 4096s have been made as of yet. So if it does create the necessity, I guess, as far as to have to be able to get all the logos in turns 3 and 4, then yeah. So thanks for that clarification on that there. I guess I kind of took this approach because for showing it on stream, it's a little bit easier, I guess, to kind of see that clarity. All right, what else do we have? I guess I closed it a little prematurely. We didn't finish looking at all these. So Media 3. Yeah, let's continue looking at these. Alrighty, and we got Media 3. So, am I missing something here? Are we missing Media 1 and 2? How did it start with Media 3? That's what I was wondering there. Did I miss something? Maybe you can clarify on that there, Torch. Did you have a Media 1 and 2? I guess at one point. So here's a Media 3. Maybe there is already a Media 1 and 2 and I haven't looked there. So there's the O'Reillys that are in there. Again at that map of 2 and a 2048. Yep, you can see that at the bottom left-hand corner there. Well, you can't, but I'm confirming that it is. Yeah, so just out of curiosity myself here, I want to look at. Well, let me finish doing these here first. Yeah, so the fact that you started off with Media 3, I just wondered if there was a Media 1 and 2. Alright, so there's that one. Let's open up next one. Media 4. That's the Cup Series Coke. Again, 2048 map of 2. Really crisp, yeah, as far as all the welds and the seams and that safer texture, that's pretty cool. Media 5. That's a Cup Series Geico. Okay. I like the way that's done, because if it ever changes down the road, like I said, being able to change that texture as far as whatever it is, whatever season, I guess, that they're running, you're going to keep this generic, right? So let's say another title sponsor, I guess, as far as does sponsor the Cup Series, you won't have to redo this texture and reapply it through PTF. You can just adjust this texture and that already be named generic, so you don't have to worry about it being whatever it was previously. You can just redo the texture, not do a new PTF, and just you're done. You only have to do the texture and just put that in your track mat folder in your track, and you got updated textures, for example. So it's kind of making it a little bit simpler, I guess, in that regard. Oh, there is a Media 1 and 2? Okay. I'm going to look at that, I guess, too, in a second. I figured there probably was. I think it would be kind of odd if you would have started off with Media 3 and without already having a Media 1 and 2. So I assume that's applied elsewhere on the track. In fact, we'll take a look at, once we're done looking through these. So we got, which one did I open last? That's Media 5, so we got 3, 4, and 5, so we got one more. Media 6, Cup Series Xfinity. Cool, so you can see all those. So relatively pretty consistent. Let's see if we can line these up here like this. Like so, as you can see, the Cup Series are consistent. The only thing that's changing is the secondary. Pretty neat. Alright, let's continue to see what else we got. So we got soft wall. No, what is this one? Okay, that's the no. Interesting, so you actually put that on a separate. This one's a 1024. Yep, 1024 by 128. And this would go with the, along with the limits. I didn't even notice that, I guess, right off the bat there. So the fact that that's the no, and then here's the limits, Texas. Very interesting how you did that one. And again, what I can probably imagine, you already had it at 2048 here, not being able to get that in there and get the clarity that you needed in that, right? Taking this approach to it. It's pretty cool. What I am noticing in this one, now that I've got these open and comparing, what I notice in the white, you don't have these welds up in here, so I don't know if that was turned off, I guess, as far as when you compiled that texture. So you do have the map of 2. So yeah, it doesn't have the welds in here. It does have all the other shading, but it's missing the welds. Just those little fine details, but that's probably a layer that you had turned off, I guess, as far as when you compiled this one here. But that's really interesting as far as how you've put this together, as far as to not have the room. It's like you ran out of room with the 2048 size, so you just put that in a separate texture, which was actually smaller. You didn't keep it at the 2048. That's a really interesting approach. You could have probably even went smaller than this, you know, just to keep that texture even smaller, as far as to go like a 256. I don't know how that would look. So I'm assuming this is what you figured was the best option there, which probably not wrong. But that's one approach, I guess, to take as far as when you run on a room on your texture, to be able to make a separate texture that's smaller, but still in to the proper scale, I guess, as far as the rest of the logo that goes together. So you would probably never know. Let's take a look at this really quick in the track. where that no limits Texas is. Let's take a little bit closer look. So we'll go into this apex, see what's going on. Needed extra black. Oh, you needed the extra black? Okay, so that's why you did that. Okay, I'm sure there was... So as you do it, you will come to find whether or not you need that. Yeah, that'll become evident. So the fact that Torch was just mentioning you needed that extra black. The only possible issue that I see with it, which is a very small issue, is just that weld, that layer probably for the weld in you is not on the no. But I'm gonna look at it here too to see how that looks in here. You probably never know it unless you were really looking at it, but that's kind of the eye that I have for things. Yeah, so I'm already noticing as well. So you need a little bit more of a texture skew, so you can still see that little bit of I don't know if that's on the no or whatever, but it's just that little smidge texture. So you just have to change that text seg length on that. That's about all I see there. But yeah, you can definitely tell the difference here too. It doesn't have the welds. Yeah, that's the only thing with that, at least anyway. Very minor adjustment there. Yep, so just a couple there anyway. So the text seg for either the... No, we're gonna get into how these text segs are applied here in just a moment. But I just want to show the textures there. So the way you apply these, you have to tell it when it starts and when it ends. So depending on if it's in the limits Texas or the no, we'll change that there. So, okay, moving right along. So far, very minimal. Yeah, so far this is done really well. I'm liking how this is looking so far. Alright, let's take a look at the next one. We've got no. So this is per the restart zone. There we go. So we got the restart zone, another 2048 wide. It's a lot of information, I guess, as far as just for that short little area. Yep, so you can see all the welds and the shading, I guess, as far as that is the steel, representative of the steel for the safer. Also at the map of 2. Yep, so also it's applying a compression. So the fact that it has this type of 10, that has compression. In most cases, that's what you want to do with wall textures there. Especially when you get to adding as many wall textures that there is so far in this one. Having that any higher than this is probably going to cause a little bit of frame rate loss, as far as a de-optimization, if you will. So in most part, you want to have this at 10, so you have that little bit of compression in there, and it doesn't compress it so much that it looks like poo. That's probably another fair mention. So you can see, even with the compression there, you can still get lots and lots of detail, plenty of detail. That's the model piece, and this is geometric. So you can see all that detail. That's with that compression applied to it. And you'll notice a big difference too. If you put it at a, say, like a 6, a type 6, I think is the highest that you can do, I guess, as far as for a texture that's non-transparent, that has no transparency, you'll definitely know notice the difference in the texture size, you know, as far as the megabytes, if you will. And especially with it being at 2048. So this one here, let's take a look at that real quick as I say that. So these right here, these are relatively small, very small size. And as I always mention, I guess, as far as like anything in multiplicity, as far as like if you're adding so much bulk to even a texture, as far as the size of it, the fact that we're adding so much, even as this appears here, we're adding so much texturing, I guess, to the walls. Anything in multiplicity that has a lot of bulk to it is going to weigh it down even more. So even maybe not quite as much as far as the amount of polys and such that we talk about in models, but it will definitely you know, drag and weight the track down as far as how it'll function, especially with in a race session. So it's all about keeping it playable to where it doesn't like totally want to crap itself as you're trying to navigate around different parts of the track. So not only with textures, but also the way the model is created from the poly level, you want to keep those as minimum as possible. It's all about the multiplicity of things. I guess that's alright, so that's the restart zone. So we got the stripes. Those are pretty simple. That's just the vertical stripes that exist. In fact, let's go to that point here just to kind of give some clarity on that. Going back to this end of the track, so we got probably 2 sets of stripes. So you have the double stripes and then the single vertical stripe that go on the beginning and the end of the so we got the double stripe here like that. I like how you've got the seams lined up, I guess, as far as for the actual safer panels. Yep, you can see the welds on top all the way straight through. I would assume it's the same on the back. Let's take a look at that real quick. All right, oh, hold on, let me slow this down. Don't slow it down too much. Yeah, so there's no seam on the back, so that might be something else that still might need to be adjusted. And I might have pointed that out before too. So to have that seam for the safer, I guess, as far as the flow all the way around, as far as to be able to see that. So again, if you were to put a camera, I guess on this spot here, you want to be able to see that because you got that seam there. Same with over there. This would be a really good spot to put a camera, actually. Speed shot. Yeah, awesome. Anyway, let's turn that back on. Let's go down one more time. There we go. Get that off the screen. So yeah, this is the one stripe, the double stripe, and then the single stripe up there. Man, I slowed that down a little too much. John Von coming on in there. He's trying out those new follower emotes. How we doing there, John Von? Been a hot minute. Yeah, we got plenty of for any of you that are tuning in, because as far as we have follower emotes now, we got I got 4 slots that I've used up there for the follower emotes. That's one of them. Yeah, so what I've taken into consideration, I guess, as far as what the use of those is, when for those that don't have better Twitch TV, as far as the BTTV emotes, I put a lot of those into the follower emotes. That way you don't have to have BTTV enabled, I guess, as far as to enjoy those. Whee! Are we buzzing there a little bit there? Yeah, we're just going over some of the brand new textures that our good buddy Torch has applied to the Texas Motor Speedway track build. So we're just kind of critiquing what's going on with them and what would need to be adjusted and so on. Who uses BTTV? Well, you know, and I came to that conclusion. There are some that do. I know I like some of the channels here on Twitch, I guess, as far as that still use the BTTV. I think some of them are pretty awesome. The fact that you can use animated emotes, I guess, as far as on BTTV, it doesn't allow you for that, at least for now, on the follower emotes. So that was another thing. So I do have some BTTV emotes. No problem, Torch. We do have some BTTV emotes that are animated. So just to kind of show. And I can't get those applied, obviously, to... Yeah, so the first half of those emotes are animated. I'm not able to apply those, you know, as far as the clap and all that stuff, as far as the follower emotes. So I had to settle for just the static ones. At least for now. Not all of them. I did the horns, as you just did. The gold star, and I got a GG in there. I figured we needed to have a GG. And I've got some ideas, I guess, as far as for one to apply, I guess, as far as for a subscriber to the channel too. Be a little bit better. Using your own horse fart there. Yeah, people get a... I know Torch gets a kick out of using that one to get my attention here, especially when I get the babbling. It's pretty appropriate, I guess, as far as that, because I get the babbling, and Torch is just like... It's kind of his way of saying, hey, shut up! I got something to say. Kind of funny. And there's a couple other... Yeah, the Torch for sure, I guess, as far as I know he had to step away there, but yeah, that was that. So yeah, we're just looking at some of the textures that has been applied here. So this is what we're looking at now as far as the restart zone here. So we've got this, and then we've got the stripes, double stripes in that. So let's take a look at that real quick. So this stripe, that's a smaller one. That's only a 512 wide. Map of 2 still. Priority of 4, and that's the other thing I want to look at too, the priorities. So that one's a 4, And it's probably fair to be able to put more higher priority on this one here. It's because it's such a small deal there. It tends to get, like, for lack of a better way to it gets lost, I guess, as far as based on a certain distance. So to put a 4 on it would probably subtract, I guess, as far as from losing any clarity in that. And you can probably maybe tell a little bit when you get at a certain distance. Whoops, let's speed that up just a tad. When you get to a certain distance, when you have these smaller textures that have very little, they tend to, like, get blended in, if you will. So even at this distance here, you can tell there's a little bit of loss in how that what's actually on there. The only thing that really gives it any clarity is the fact that it's white, you know, in comparison to the blue background. But to see what's actually on it, you know, it tends to go away. So adding a higher priority to that is probably not a terrible thing. And it's only a 4. You could probably go a little bit higher if you needed to. But the fact that the rest of the priorities on these, because they are already so large as far as wide, you don't need much more than 1. Just keeping in mind too that the higher priority that you put on these textures, the way the simulation actually renders those in the sim, it's going to look at that priority, and if it's got a higher priority than another one, it's going to put more emphasis on that texture. And that goes for TSDs and also wall textures, so you want to keep that in mind. So the fact that most of these are all at 1, that should work out just fine. So this one has just a slightly higher priority than those because it is much smaller, and it tends to get lost in there, as I was showing. So you haven't played a game in over 2 months? Well, you've been busy probably working too, I imagine, right? You were trying to make it super realistic? Well, and when as far as super realistic, we're trying to maintain detail, but not, you know, the problem that sometimes exists when people divulge into this thing is they want to throw so much detail at it that it makes it unplayable, right? So you have to keep in mind as far as how to keep the textures as well as the model that you're applying it to balanced, right? So as much as we want to be able to apply as much detail to the items that we're adding to this here, you still got to kind of compromise a little bit, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it. And there's ways to do that, especially even with as old a simulation as Inter 2003 is. You can add different priorities to things. You can make smaller textures and still get maintain, I guess, that level of detail that you're looking for. You'd be making your own canvas. Well, we'll be getting into that. Oh, your own banners? What do you mean banners? Yeah, that's what we're doing. It's all these banners that we're making these all our own. I should say Torch has. No, not in these tracks. So what we're trying to do here, we're trying to make it realistic. Okay, I see what you mean now. The way Torch is taking the approach to this one here, we're trying to make it to the actual venue, right? As far as to make it your own, yeah, anybody can do that, right? But to make it accurate, I guess, as far as what is in actuality, that's a lot tougher. I mean, I think I can speak for Torch. I don't know if he stepped back in yet, but it's much more difficult, I guess, to make it accurate and realistic as opposed to making it your own. Because anybody can do that, like I said, as far as just to, oh, yeah, that looks good, you know, because there's nothing really to compare it to, right? The fact that we have actual footage, I guess, as far as how these things look, and to get that to look like it's supposed to, that's much difficult. That's the challenge. You would have a pink fluffy unicorn banner, right? And a D's nuts banner, right? And that would be easy to do. And we've seen that plenty with fictional tracks that are out for Inter 2003. There's plenty of that already gets done. I think it's much harder, honestly, I guess, to do as far as to keep things accurate and realistic. So that's the one stripe. We're just continuing to open up the rest of these textures. So we have... We need, so we got stripe 2, that's the double stripe. And again, this one's set to, so this one could probably be set to a 4 as well. That might have been just an oversight. I would imagine Torch probably did put the 4 on here because he noticed that was getting more lost in translation in comparison. And you can tell that just from what I was showing here. So from this distance here, you can tell that red gets kind of muddled, whereas the double one does not. At least from this perspective. And that's probably why you put the 4 on there. So without having the 4 on there, all you would see probably is just more of the white. you can see very little of the red it is. That's why I said you could probably even bump this priority up on this one just a little bit, just so it doesn't get lost in that there. So there's plenty of room for adjustment, I guess, like that. So the fact that these are as small as they are, but yet they blend in and mesh together, I guess, as far as to remove any type of notice, I guess, as far as that it is a smaller texture. That's an even tougher task. So let's move it back in here just to kind of show that. That's what this stuff is all about. But to get these to mesh in here so that they don't look like super stretched. So how it goes from the blue to that, as far as how that all meshes in there, and then into the guide go. Yep. And then, as I was already showing there too, and I'm sure Torch is very well aware of it, as far as to add the seam that goes towards the back of the safer there, as far as the, because these panels run 8-foot lengths. They run 8-foot lengths, and they're 3 foot tall. I guess as far as the 8 inches, as far as the 2, 3, 4, 5 times 8, that's 40 inches tall. That's what we're trying to depict here. So that's all maintaining, I guess, the accuracy, I guess, as far as the actual things at the menu. So there's the singular line, all those blend in there, and keeping in mind that Enter 2003 doesn't have any ability, I guess, to apply like a normal map, as far as like a bump map or anything like that. So we're doing this all based on flat textures. And keeping in mind, also, I understand that normal maps are relatively flat things too, but we don't have any other means, I guess, as far as to add depth, I guess, to this, as far as like it having some. The only way we were able to do this is through shading, which is a tough task in itself, I guess, to do. Now, if we were to 3D model these deals here and make each strip there, that would add probably too much weight to the track for Enter 2003 to handle, as far as the way that graphics engine renders things like that. It would probably puke itself. So again, it all comes down to, as much as we want to have all the detail in the world in such an old simulation, there's still ways to be able to accomplish plenty of detail without the risk, I guess, of de-optimizing the playability of the track. Okay, so that's that one. What's next here? I'm going to be getting into how the text segs, I guess, of these. We got one more here, which is just the soft wall Texas. That's just the singular Texas by itself. So that one's also at 2048. Made that, took use of that real estate. And those are, let's see if we got one nearby here. So that one is going to be probably more up here, yeah. Let me speed this up a little bit more. Yeah, so that would be like this one here. That's this logo, this banner on the wall. So that's that one would be cool. Now, that's kind of where we got it. So we got a majority of all these textures loaded. So this is where I'm going to start. So we're at just behind the start finish line here. We're going to go into that texture seg on the wall and actually take a look at how these things are applied. And it's going to become much more in depth, I guess, as far as more compound, I guess, as far as you get into the turns. We saw all the logos that are applied to that, and based on what we can see in the textures, you can kind of get the idea of how you could use up that limitation of the 16 text segs within one segment. Gets used up pretty quickly. Yeah, so let's get into the track here. I'm gonna highlight this segment over here. Let's zoom in on this part. So we're just behind the start-finish line, like I was mentioning. And we want to go roughly about right there. So we want to be on that safer. So I am on the safer. I'm on the top facet, I guess, as far as of that wall. We want to get to the left wall. So that's the side facing the track. We got the Texas Star. So that's where it starts. Okay. And then if we go text seg up, now we can see it goes to the soft wall black. Let's take a look at our camera here. And then it goes to soft wall black. That would be the black. So we go from the star, which is the blue. So that has the star texture onto it. And let's see if I can keep these both in view here. This is normally how I do it too. So the black would start right there, and it should go into the Texas. right after that. So we got the Texas is next, so it's all in the direction of the track. So as these tech segs do advance forward, it's all about in the direction of the track. So the fact that the track is counterclockwise, we go in that direction. So it starts off with the star blue, into the black, into the Texas, and then it should go back to star blue. Nope, goes black again, as far as post factor of the Texas, and then the Texas star, which is the blue. And that should be it. Yep. So that kind of gives you an idea of how these textures are somewhat applied here. And I'm going to go through all of this just to kind of see how this is going. So this one only has 5 tech segs in that segment. So as far as this segment here has 5 tech segs as far as the textures applied to the wall go. So let's go ahead and bring this back to 1. And we'll go to the next segment. So go to the next segment. This is relatively small, so it probably only has 1. Well, it does have 2. So it goes from Texas star into black. So let's go see what's going on there. So that's right across from this O'Reilly on the apron. So we have some clarity. So right across. So it probably starts black right here. I can already see an issue with the top wall. Okay, so I'm sure Torch might already know about this, but I'm going to point this out. So the fact that the red on the top doesn't exist here, that probably just needs to get changed. I think he meant to have the red on that, I'm sure. So the fact that it doesn't exist on this part, I'm sure that's just an oversight. So it is red here. And I think it's probably supposed to be black on this part. So just minor details. This is what you'll end up dealing with as far as like that. You have to consider all facets of the wall. So not only the left, but also the top and the back. So the fact that we don't have all the seams, I should say Torch doesn't have all the seams lined up, I guess, as far as in comparison to the front and the back. You have to make sure you're doing them all. Now the process that I will use in most cases, I feel like this is too loud. I need to turn that down a little bit. There we go. So in most cases, what I will do is I'll do all the left side walls first, then go to the top, make sure all the tops are set as far as as far as to line up with the text, because you're going to spend more time lining the image up on the left side wall in this case than you will on the other. So once you got that all set, you have what you'll need to apply, I guess, as far as on the top and the back. As far as the skewing, I guess, as far as of the texture to line up with what's going on the left side. And that's probably relatively what Torch probably did, was to do it in such a fashion. So that's why we are missing as far as what texture needs to be actually on the top and how the back lines up. Hopefully that makes sense. So where we're at right now, in comparison to Sandbox, we're right across from this O'Reilly on the apron here. So we're right about this area. So we went from the blue to the black. Let's bring the properties back up for that. So now we're in the black. Now it should go to Texas. Should be this here. It's a little bit tougher for me to do this. Usually I'll do this on my other monitor because when I'm doing it, but to kind of show this on stream here, you got to keep it all on the same screen here. So we go to text 3. So this one only has 2, so that's a relatively small segment there. So just to kind of give clarity, it's a really small segment, so it only has 2 segments as far as to go from the blue to the black. So we'll go up a segment. Text seg. So I don't want to get it confused, I guess, as far as when I say seg, I'm considering the track seg, but also the segs that are in the actual geometric wall. So if I'm confusing anybody, I apologize for that. But we're in this track seg, and then we got this text seg as far as the wall is concerned. You can see how small that is, and it only has 2. Okay, so we're going to move it forward. Alright, we need to go like this, and then move it forward, so I can use these options here. That's probably another fair mention. You can go like that. Instead of trying to click on it from this way, if you want to stay on that left wall facet, instead of clicking into the main window here, use this option. That way you'll stay right on there, and that way you don't get thrown off balance, I guess, as far as to get on a different segment. Like you might put yourself onto the asphalt and not stay on there. So it's just easier, I guess, as far as to be able to use this in the W sections in this case, because we're dealing with just the walls. Okay, so in this segment, we start off with the soft wall Texas. So we went from the blue to the black in the previous segment. Now we're in the soft wall Texas. It starts off with. Then it goes, and that's just that. That's all it's there. Only the one seg. Okay, and then it is skewed. It gets as far as to get that to line up where we want it to go. And that mapping, that map of 2, as I showed in the textures, is going to help that. So to be able to use that, move that skew on the U, as far as that map of 2 on the texture is going to allow for that. All right, so moving forward again, we got a bigger segment. So we're starting it off with softwall Texas on that segment, but then it's going to go to wall black. All right, so now we're right at the start finish line on the other side of it. We're going to just go up here in the camera. Let's navigate over to here. So now we're basically at this point, right around in here. So we go from black to Texas. Okay, let's bring back up. So we went from black, and it should go to Texas, which is this. It actually goes with wait, did it skip over Texas? What did I miss here? Oh, got it. So this is on the latter half. My bad. So it's on the latter half of this. So it'll be over on this side. So we started off with the black and went to Texas, as far as in the previous segment. Right, and then we're going back to black on this side, and it goes back to star. This is a bigger segment. Now it's going to go here. Now there isn't a star here, but it's still that same texture. And it's just a hull. It gets skewed onto that part there. We go. That's going to be Texas star. He's got it skewed at 2. So if I take this 2 off here for a second here, we'll be able to see there's the star. So we had to skew it properly, I guess, as far as to get it what we want to show. Now if we wanted a star in there, we could skew this different. I don't know how it is in reality there, I guess, as far as how that, you know, they're applied on the actual track. But if we wanted a star to show on there, we already have that in that texture, and we can skew it as far as how we need to. I'm going to leave it like that for now, just to kind of keep that clarity, at least anyway. So we go, now we're going into soft wall media 2. This is what starts our Cup series here, as far as this deal. We got this showing, and again, just to give clarity, we've got media 2. Was that what that was? Double check here again. So this one is softwall media 2, and that was one that I was mentioning to Torch as far as if we had one of those, because he only currently gave me media 3, 4, 5, and 6. So the fact that media 2 is already in the track, I'm going to open that up here really quick just to see what's going on with it. It just has Cup series on it, I believe. Let's take a look here real quick. And I've pretty much got the maximum amount of textures that I really want to have in WinMap 2, because it can tend to bog that application down, so you want to be careful with that sometimes. But I am going to open this one just to kind of give some clarity. Let's go to, oh, give me a second here. Get navigated to there, so we got to go to our track build, which is right here. We're going to go into here, go to our track mat, and we're going to look for soft wall media 2. Or media 1, my bad. It's not sorted right. Hold on a second. Nubbit. Uno momento. Yeah, it should be sorted by name. Alright, soft wall. Oh, I see how he did this. So he's got these a little bit different. Whether or not... okay, Torch is probably a good mention. I don't know if you're still out there. To keep these consistent, so he's got media underscore 3. That's what threw me off like a little bit. But he's got without the underscore here. Now, this is just semantics or whatever you want to call it, but to keep them consistent in here, it might behoove, I guess, as far as to rename this and then reapply that texture, I guess, as far as to that. It's very minuscule. I guess you don't really need to. But if it was me, that's what I would do. I know you did these this way, either that, because it would be much harder probably, I guess, to redo these and then have to reapply those to the track, because that's what you would have to do to keep these consistent, at least anyway. That's just something I think of anyway. I like to, this would get my OCD it would bug it so bad as far as to not have those consistent with their other media ones is all. Oh, you're back just in time then. What's my favorite sound in the world? I don't know. Maybe, I don't know, there's a lot of them. I guess maybe my first and foremost would probably be
Let's get ready to rumble!
That's funny. Yeah, you kind of walked me into that one there, didn't you, John Von? Hey, when are you gonna get back to streaming anyway there? That's what I want to know. That's what I really want to know. That's the sound I'd like to hear as far as some John Von playing on stream as far as doing what he does best. How about that? Got nothing on the Scold. Anyway, I've got this media. I don't know if you caught that there, Torch. I guess as far as I was just mentioning the naming conventions, I guess for the previous Softwall Media 1 and 2, the fact that it does not have an underscore after the number. Again, if it was me, my approach I want to have those all consistent. Whether you decide to, that's up to you. But that's just something like that. It's not necessary to have to do that, but it makes just keep everything, consistent, I guess. So this is that logo here as far as the Cup Series, Busch, and Coke. That's what we're looking at right here. That's in that spot as far as that tech seg. Okay, so we're on seg 4. That's using that Softwall Media 2. Actually, Media 2. I opened Media 1. My bad. Did I? Let's go back a segment. Oh, I was right. So Media 2 is actually what's here. Okay. I opened Media 1. Alright, so let's open Media 2. Yeah, that one's Media 1. And it's I had to double check it for a second. Media 2. I do like the way it is like that, though, so as far as, potentially what is what, because it all falls in line. To include the turn numbers, for example. The use of that pound sign, that's pretty, it's pretty clever. And so we got Geico, Xfinity, and Cup Series here. That's what I want to... Oh, my bad. Let's get the camera. Yeah, so we have Geico, Xfinity, Cup Series, and this one here. So that's Media 2, and then it goes into Media 1. It should go into Media 1 for the next seg. And there's Media 1 right next to each other. So it goes 2 and 1. And again, it's all about the flow of this is all in the direction of the track. So as you increase these tech segs, it's all going counterclockwise. It's much the same as the direction of the track. Trying to be uniform in what I do. Right. And, if you want to maintain that uniformity, that would be something I would consider at least anyway. It's not necessary, really, as far as in the grand scheme of things, but it's taking a little bit of quality in your work, I suppose. And I know that's what you tend to strive for, too. So it's just a little critique note is all. Nothing works anymore. What do you mean nothing works anymore? I have to fix all kinds of junk to stream again. What's broke? Or are you just making excuses? That's all I'm hearing is excuses so far. I mean, my stuff breaks all the time, but I always find a way, I guess, to be able to do it. So I'm just hearing excuses. That's all. So it should go after this. It should go back to Texas Star. Let's see what we got here. We got any additional segments in here? So we go Media 1 into Texas Star. Now it's using the texture for the stars. So again, the way it's skewed, or lack of skew, we don't have it on there. But if we were to bump this up, say for example, we can probably put a star on there if need be, like so. Okay, but I'm going by, if there is no star there, I guess in actuality, I'm not going to do that. But there's that adjustability in it at least, though. And that, again, it comes down to how that texture is applied as far as the mapping it to you. So on the horizontal, it allows us on the U, as far as the UV goes, to be able to move that along the horizontal axis in that fashion. Apparently Twitch got hacked and it's logged out everything. Yeah, I mean you weren't on. I remember when Twitch has had to redo a lot of stuff, but it's been a pretty easy enough transition. What I've done, I don't know if you do, and I think it was you that gave me some insight on that. I used the, I just, as far as the OBS is concerned, I just log in to my Twitch, so I don't have to keep adjusting the stream key. So they've been updating the stream key, I guess, as far as over and over again, because of all this. The latest thing that has been happening on Twitch, just to kind of put some clarity out for anybody that doesn't know, at least anyway too. There was a lot of hate with the tags on the accounts as far as just the hate against veterans. So that's the latest thing that Twitch has been having to deal with, and I honestly feel that they've been doing a pretty good job with it as far as to make sure that those stay to a minimum. One of the other things that I can think of off the top of my head that has been adjusted for us streamers, at least anyway, is to be able to put limitations to who can interact in chat. So like if the account is, for example, if you don't want the if the channel that's been created is less than a week old or a day old, you can adjust that on your back end so that people aren't allowed to do that. You know, so the way that works is like, okay, say somebody creates a new account and they come in the same day, I guess, as far as into your account, and they might not even be an issue, right? But they have to wait that day or week or whatever you got it set to before they can actually chat. So just to kind of it's kind of like an interview process is the way I look at it. So it's like you've got to prove to yourself, to prove to the streamer, at least anyway, that you're worthy, I guess, of being able to chat as far as to behave. So I think that's a good thing. And also being able to allow for phone verification. That's another thing. But you can exempt like subscribers, moderators, and VIPs, for example, from even having to deal with that type of verification in the chat. So I think having those types of tools with everything that's been going on at Twitch, that's a step in the right direction. So as long as they continue, I guess, to do that type of thing, I'm all for that. As far as to kind of thwart any of these these no-gooders, I guess, as far as that want to screw it up, I guess, for us. Yeah. If you're needing any help, I guess, with that, or you can always feel free to DM me, I guess, about that, John Vaughn. Unless you want to figure it out yourself, that's fine too. I know you're kind of savvy that way, as far as being able to. But if you need any insight on a lot of that stuff, I've used and set up a lot of that stuff too, to get it to where I like how it's functioning. So, and that's just for my channel at least anyway. You had your bottom mega alert with set to 2. That's actually pretty low, seems. And it fixed it as far as the spam crap. Yeah, 2 is actually pretty low. Now they've got a lot of new settings. Like I said, with everything I just mentioned, there you almost have to take a look at your moderation as far as on your back end. There's a lot more. It's much more robust as far as what you can adjust to get your security level, I guess, tweaked. But 2, as far as if I understand you right, I guess that's pretty low. That's pretty low to have it. So as far as like that, you'd have to take a look in there and see what's going on anyway. That's all I can mention there. Moving right along here. Definitely feel free, I guess, as far as to, if you got any questions about that, just DM me. I can fill you in. I've got quite a bit of insight, I feel. I've been playing around with that stuff quite a bit since the latest thing that's been going on with the hate for veterans. I don't go for that stuff. Oh, you're talking about like the auto mod. Yeah, that still seems pretty low. Blocks all kinds of jumps. I mean, if you're comfortable with that, I'm not going to tell you how you should set it. I'm just telling you what I've got. Alright, so we are at text star, so we're like in this area, and I was already showing how to skew that. So whether or not there is an actual star there. Torch, the other thing I wanted to mention here too, if you didn't catch that. What I'd noticed here is I think you've got black and red and so on, I guess, as far as to go on the top of these walls. So that's obviously been missed there. So I'm assuming that's still yet to be done, I guess, as far as to get those lined up with the proper tops, as well as get the backs skewed properly, I guess, as far as to line up with the seams. I mean, it's a step process there, I understand, but that's the only other thing that I noticed as far as the application of these so far. Alright. Yep, so we're at this point, so we should go back into black as we move forward on these text decks. Oh, you don't have black tops, but you have red. Okay. It might look better, maybe, possibly with black. I don't know. Might have to play around with that to see. I mean, if it isn't like that in reality, then I absolutely don't do that. But that's what it all comes down to, is whether it's there in actuality or not. It might look a little weird, because if you did that and then having the white, as far as these 3D pieces here, I don't know. I'm just spitballing. Like I said, I haven't really taken as close a look probably as you have to how the walls actually look in actuality in comparison. So, alright, so we're at the star. This should go to black, which it does. And then into Texas, which is that. And then back to black, which it does. And then it should start over with star again, which it does. And that should be the last segment. Sure is. Yeah, so that kind of gives you an idea. So I've done this enough times to kind of know, as far as especially when I got it in the camera view, exactly what's going to be where. So as I look at what MIP is applied, what text seg I'm at, I can actually follow the flow of this in here, and that's what, I don't know. Like I said, I've done this enough there to know exactly what I should expect to see as I go through the segments. And so far, that's what I'm seeing exactly what it's working out exactly the same way I would do it. So we're at this point right now. So we can go to the end of that segment, which is, let's pan this over. So now we're relatively right about here. Now we're getting to this point. We're just before the Xfinity logo on the grass. So let's get over there. That's going to go all the way to across from this point. So we're almost like right in front of these crowds too. It's probably something else I did. Can't really see them from here, but it's right about, yeah, we're right about in that same spot. So once we go to this segment, it should start off with the star again. Yep, so relatively in this point here should have the star. So let's move forward on the segment. I'm gonna go this way. So on starting off in this segment should be the blue. I'm sorry, with the star, my bad. I got blue in my head for some reason, but yeah, the Texas star it starts off with. That's what we can see here in our camera view. And then it goes to, this is not a very big segment either, so there might not be much going on with it. There is not. It's just that. That's all it's in that segment, is just the star. So it's only the one segment. Okay, so now if we dissect it, gets as far as across this here, this logo, we'll move further down the track. Let's center this up here a little bit. There we go. And then go to our camera view. This is somewhat the same process here that you'll use when you're applying textures. You'll move yourself along down the track here. So we're roughly right about this area. Okay. Gonna get my bearings straight here. So yeah, we do start off. And move that forward. Yep. So we're starting off with, and that's probably all that's going to be in there too, is just stars. Probably just one segment there too. Yep, just one segment in there as well. It's just the stars. Now if we go to the next one, we can see that there's this stripe here. We should see that one start to populate in there. So we go to the next segment. Go into our properties and move it forward. Yeah, so somewhere in this segment here, we should have that blue stripe. So it starts off here with the star. Go up a segment here, and now we've got the blue stripe. And that's what we see right here. So now we got a relatively rough idea of where we're at. So we're at this point right here, at the blue star, in this segment. Okay. And then after that, we go back to the star. So it goes from star to blue stripe, back to star. And that's all that's going on with that segment. Go back to one, move it forward again. Now we're getting closer to just before this here and just before. So I'm using visual cues of other items that are on the track, for example, to kind of give me another idea of where I'm at, so I know where to pan this in the camera view. So we're roughly right in this area, so that's all that's probably going to be. It's just a relatively short segment there, so it's probably only going to have just one segment with the stars in it. which is exactly what's going on there. So it's just the star. Now if we move it forward again, another relatively small segment. That's probably all that's going to have is stars. Probably only one seg. But we're getting close. We might actually start off with black. So let's see what's going on with this segment. You can see the black starting up here. So it starts off with star, and it does go to black, and that's it. So it just starts off the very tail end of that segment into black. So probably the next segment is going to start off with Texas, more than likely. That's what I would expect. Let's see if we go to the next segment. That starts off with Texas, just like that's all I had thought. So again, it's just being able to navigate yourself around. So if you want to adjust any of these textures as you move forward, you know exactly what. Giving yourself some visual cues only in the sandbox view as well as your camera, and then where you're at in this tech seg. So we start off with Texas. Let's pan this over in the camera view. Then it should go back to star. This is all about keeping your textures to a minimum. As far as keeping them named properly, as far as the naming conventions of that. You can already tell if you've named those in a certain way. Even without actually creating the textures myself, I can get a very good sense of where I'm at on these applications of the logos to the walls. So I haven't done any of this work. Torch has done all this, but the fact that it's very easy to be able to tell where I'm at just by going through all these different text segments. That's Alright, so we're right here as far as at the exit. Kind of the start of the dash lines. Here in the turn, so we're like roughly right there. Okay, let's pan that over here. So we should go from Texas black back to star. Texas black, and then it should go to star. And that should probably be it. Yep. Just as I thought. Cool beans. So we're getting really into the thick of it here now. So we got another logo coming up here. Right there. So that's one of the media ones. So we'll go ahead and move this forward. Relatively small there, so it's probably only one seg in there. Yep. That's all it is, just stars. You should all probably get a sense of this now. So this is a bigger segment. So it starts off with star. Goes to media 2. You've already shown that, I guess, as far as in the other part of the track. Goes media 2 to media 1. Okay, it's kind of pan that. So it goes from media 2 to media 1. So now we're at the tail end of this this logo. Let's pan it over. We're at the tail end of this Coke Bush cup. Now it should go back to star, which it does. And now we've got the turn number. So we got the turn number. So now we're at this point. So it goes to the turn number. So now we're at this part of the segment. And then it should probably go to black, maybe to Texas, if I had to guess. And it might go right into Texas. So it's either black or Texas. So it goes right into Texas. Yep. That would be what I expect. And then it goes back to number 1. So we're on the trailing end, I guess, of that. So we're back to 1. So it's got 1 on either end. 1 here and 1 here. So now we're at this point. Okay. Continuing all the way through, so we go to 1, and that's all that's in that segment. That's all we got going on. So in the next segment, it should start off with star. We'll go. I always get in the habit of putting it back to text seg of 1 as I move from one segment to the next. That because you might not have as many segments, text segs in the next segment, or it'll throw you off. I guess as far as like show, if you do have that same number of segments, I guess in the next segment, it's going to show you the wrong texture, and it might throw you off. So that's one of the habits that I like to get into as I'm applying that. As I move to another segment, get down back to 1 in the current segment before you move it forward. That way you know where that's starting. So that should start off with star, which it does. Then it goes into O'Reilly, which I think is can't remember what he named that. That should be media 3, and that's this logo. That's this one right here. So this is this logo that's being applied in that segment. Alright, so let's bring it back to the property. So media 3. And that continues and it goes back to star. Yep. Oh, actually there's 2 media 3. You got 2 media 3s in there. Okay, that's interesting. What was the purpose of that torch? I guess I'm trying to understand. You should have been able to... Here, let me see what's going on here. This is what I wanted to get into here, just to kind of see how these are applied. Is that the end of the segment? Let me see. Here it will be. So we go 3, and back to start. You should have been able to, unless it was just the way it was lining up here. Let me take a closer look at this. So if we go to 3, you should have been just be able to continue 3. Let me play with this just a little bit. So 4, that's fine. Let me take this segment out. Yeah, you should have been able to just use the 1 and then just skew that. Yeah, let me see how that's working there. So where we can see where that re-skewed here. Alright, so how was that skewed in this one here? Let me check. Let's double check here. I want to see what's going on here. So we got star in the media 3, which is this. I deleted that other media 3. And it goes back to star. Okay. I think I kind of get why you did that. Because of the way it was repeating here. I think I get that. That makes sense. So the fact that it wasn't landing, I guess as far as the continuation of it, I guess across the board, you had to put that other segment in there. So I guess I guess I can see why. Yep, sometimes I just had to do that just to understand. Because normally what'll sometimes happen is that you'll just be able to continue that texture all the way through, and then just skew that entire texture. Let's see, so we're on media 3. That's at a 170. I just want to look here. Yeah, so see how that's shifting the whole thing, but see how it's cutting it off right there. So I see that's why he added that other segment, as far as to get rid of that. That makes sense. I can see why he did that now. It's 170. So yeah, he had to add another segment here to get it to line up. So it's probably what's going on with the texture itself. So you do have it cut off there. So the way that was continuing, right? Because he's got this halved out like that. That's why it was doing that. Now, some may tend to bother. It's like, why would you cut it off like that? It just all depends on, especially when you're dealing with curved sections, segments like this. What's going to
Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! What for?
12 rallies per 20 feet? Yeah. And that might be hitting it for 4096? Possibly. Because I think you were having that issue, and I think this is where I'm kind of coming to that summation. Not being able to get it over on the turn 3-4 side, that might be a solution to that. Also, and I'm sure you probably already played with this, have you tried not cutting that off on that end, for example, and just keeping like how many are in here? Let me see here. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 7.5. 1, 2, 3. That's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.5. So have you considered, I guess, as far as just not putting this half one in there? And how does that look? For example. It almost seems like these seams here are a little too close together, too. It might be... How do you got the text seg? That's the size. That'll make a difference, too. Yeah, these are at 1. These seams here might be a little too close together, possibly. That's just another fine-tune that you might be able to make to it. I'm noticing right here they're a little too close together as I look at this now. So like from here to here is probably where you want to be. The fact that you've got one here and here, that's a little too short. Yeah. I can 100% imagine, as far as that's probably that was a pain in the butt to try to get that to. But I would, if you haven't already, what I would consider for this one, whether or not you do decide to go with a 4096, is to make it so that you have just full O'Reilly's And I imagine it was a matter of spacing here too, because you would have had this little chunk left over. Yeah. But maybe space them out a little bit differently in here, so whether or not it ends up being the 4096 or the 2048, that would be able to fix that. I think that might eliminate the necessity for putting 2 tech segs in there. And it's not really an issue. I want to make that abundantly clear. It's not an issue to have 2 tech segs within the same close proximity within the same segment, just to eliminate that. But you can, if you can get an idea here of how it's repeating on here, because it's already got that half of O'Reilly there, that's what's happening. So it's basically laying, you know, it's applying them all, how the texture is, in succession, based on the length of that tech seg. That's why it looks like the way it does, as far as having it cut off. On both ends in this case here. But that'd be something that I would probably consider. So there's one. Yeah, see, I already cut that one out there. So, yeah, however many O'Reillys that you did observe here, Torch, as far as that are here, I can understand why you probably did that. I guess that's fair. Yeah. So there's supposed to be 6. There's supposed to be 6. Is that what you're saying? 1, 2, 3. You mean in this entire deal here? As far as from one end to the other, it's supposed to be 6? There was definitely more than that originally. I know I already goofed it up. I'd have to reopen it. In fact, I'll just go do that. Let me reopen this, because I already took that seg out there. I just want to get a better look at it that way. There is no undo in Sandbox, so you have to be careful, I guess, as far as I didn't save this BTF, so I can always close it out and reopen it. Let me do that. And I am using the ones that I've got the my Vic, I shouldn't say mine, but the Vic flags that I got applied to the victory lane. So new. I do not want to save that. Deleted out that segment. I just want to load this back up here again real quick. Yeah, this one right here. So I'll just reload that and re-navigate myself back to that spot. I'll have to resituate myself, but that's fine. For the sake of the stream, and just to add some clarity, I guess, as far as what's going on here. So I think ultimately that's that's been the issue, I guess, as far as being able to apply that same logo to the turn 3-4 side. So I think it's probably a fair point to see what's going on with that. So we got Media 2. And I'm already in TechSeg 2, so it starts off with star, Media 2, Media 1, star, turn. Okay, that's the end of that one, so we're in the next segment. Alright, I gotta be in the next segment. Back to 1. So this is where we'll go into the Riley. Yep, Media 3. So you've got 2 segs. And one's at a different, so they're at different skews. That makes sense. As far as the way the texture is, anyway. So, let me see how many you've got here. Oh, you dirty rat. Sandbox is crashing. I'm gonna have to reclose this. Give me minutes. Yeah, that'll happen. Sometimes with I gotta reload this again. Sorry about that, folks. It was getting all wadded up in itself. Alright, I think we've gone over quite a bit as far as for that. Let's go back to here. Yeah, when my camera doesn't want to load as far as Sandbox, I know that's not a good thing. Alright, so we need Vic Lane flags. We need this one right here. Get this loaded up again real quick. 12 in all? Okay. That's what I wanted to verify, I guess, as far as in this reopening the PTF. So there's 12 in all, but there should be 6. See, I would almost... There you go. I think it was just a matter of time there to be able to get that jackpot. And that's the that's one of the lower end jackpots, the 200 units of fluid, but GG's own that. In fact, got the GG emote out there too. I know you played the whoops. Got the GG emote. So play some GG. Oh yeah. There you go. So you follow your emotes. Fantastic. Alright, so yeah, I got this thing loaded back up. Let's zoom back in here. Okay, let's try this again. So we got, let's get back into that segment. So I think we should be right there. I remembered right. Go to the left walls. So star, media 3. Yep, so we should be right in this segment. And I just wanted to count on here real quick. Let's pan back over there. So the way I loaded it there, it put my positioning in there as far as, because I loaded it from the PTF and not loaded the PTF through Sandbox. It always put you in the center. That's normal. Fluids. Yeah, fluids, John Von. These nuts. Jeez. Telling you, John Von. Almost working on full time or full schedule. 30, almost 40 hours. Nice. These nuts. It's funny. Yeah, you figured it out. You figured it out. I know it's been a hot minute since you've been over here. Appreciate you sticking around there, John Von. So there's supposed to be 12 in here, so I want to just count here real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So you got 12 in there, but the way that repeats on there, you needed to do it the way you did it as far as get those in line up. I don't know if you, like I said, just to reiterate, Torch, I don't know if you've already tried on the texture to just put 6 on this 2048. Maybe you have, but at least maybe to even space them out so you don't have this cut off. So that way when it repeats, you won't have to do that. I mean, again, it's not really an issue, I guess, as far as to put the 2 text segs, you know, back to back, same texture and so on, with the different skew. But it might correct. But I'm also thinking too, it's like if we're having a problem, I guess, with being able to get, you're probably gonna have to put it on a 4096 anyway. But I would probably try and space these out more so that you don't have this half of an O'Reilly. I guess regardless of which way you do that. That would be my suggestion. That way you won't have to put that separate, because you might run into that same type of issue on turns 3 and 4. It gives a weird gap, so it's got too much spacing between each O'Reilly. And I can see that. I can probably understand. Yeah, probably do the 4096 and see what that. Hopefully it'll allow you, if you got a little less space left, to have to put a half, because I think this half is probably what's killing it. So if you can put enough space in there, I guess, as far as to not have that. Yeah. I can probably understand that though. If you only want, if it only has this much spacing between each O'Reilly, I can somewhat understand that. But even if you have a little bit of red on each end of that, even after putting it into a 496, I don't think that would be a problem either. And by a little bit of red, you want to make sure you only have, you know, if it ends up being a huge amount of red, then yeah, I can see. You would have to make that texture to get to see what's going on with it though. Anyway, okay, so I think I'm done. I'm sure you'll probably figure that out. But you'll be able to get that over on the turn 3, 4 side. Alright, so we are at media 3, so let's get to the end of that. That should go back to star. Okay, media 3, we're going back to, yeah, we got the 2 sets of media 3. That's just to offset. Yeah, we've already gone through that. Then it goes back to star. And then will it go back into black? Goes back into black. And then to Texas. So we're at this point right here. Oh, wait a minute. This one's the null. Okay, so wait a minute. Let me look and see what's applied here. Is that the... Gosh darn it. Too many windows open. My properties. So... Oh my goodness, stop. My properties window. There we go. So we are at... Yeah, we're at the limits, Texas. My bad. So we're starting off with the limits, Texas. We've seen that texture. That is each one right here. Nope, my bad. Too many of these open. Yep, so I got this one right here is what we're dealing with right there. That is at the map of 2 at a 2048 width. Okay. So that is where we're at currently, right here. and then it should go into the no. Yep, so we got the no, we already showed that it's all by itself. And then it should go back to black. Texas star, so nope, it goes from no right into the star. And that's where Torch was mentioning as far as needing the extra black on the no. Let's see, do I still got that open? Yeah, so I'm getting a sense of what's going on. So the only one I see, you know, where it's a little bit of an issue is the O'Reilly. That's about all. She really was a hooker? What? What are you talking about? My job is so desperate they are... Wait a minute. Hold on. What did I miss here? Hold on. They are hiring anyone that has a pulse. That's pretty bad. Like a good edgy story. They seriously hired this woman that dressed like a hooker. Turned out it wasn't just a oh my goodness. That's pretty bad. And help is hard to find. She really was a hooker? Seriously. Good grief. That goes to show you the quality of the human resources, I guess, at that place. Wow. That's pretty bad. So if that's what you're having to deal with, sorry about that. Good grief. Turning tricks every corner, I guess. Apparently. No, I'm sure you wouldn't make that up. I can believe it. But yeah. So just to kind of give some clarity, I guess, as far as what Torch was talking about, needing the extra black. So he was able to go right into. Let's go back to this. Right into. Oh my goodness! Give me my freaking properties. There we go. So he went right from the limits Texas right into no. So I go limits Texas, no, right into start. So now we're at this side of that banner there. And then does it go back into media 3? Let's check that out there. I don't know how big the segment is. That might be the end of the segment. It is. So that's the end of the segment. So it's probably going to start off in the next segment with the media 3. That's kind of what I'd be looking for. So we go forward. So it continues with star, at least initially. Goes right into media 3. And do we have another media 3? We do. Just much the same as we did at the other part there to kind of get that to line up right. That might have to be adjusted once you get that into a 4096. Right? As far as to put the 4096 version, I guess, on both sides here on this end as well as turns 3 and 4. Alright, so it goes from media 3 back to star. That should be it. Nope. Goes back to media. So there's another media 3. Hold on a second. So we're back at this point. So we're right here. Okay. Just kind of give some clarity. Dang it. Keep going to the wrong freaking window. I'm guessing all the people laid off work and refusing to work has affected her customer. Yeah. Ignore my typo, right? But I am still wondering how she got to walk into a place wearing... Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It really tells me something about that place's HR. As far as the human resources there. Yikes. So we're at media 3 here at the start of that. So it should start back into 2. We could go into at number 2. So, yep, 2 media 3s here as well. So that's being consistent, I guess, as far as that, just the way that texture is. That'll probably change once it goes to a 4096. Okay, so we're at the end of that segment. So it just stops at the media 3. So the next segment should start at the 2. Go forward. Nope, we're still media 3 for a little bit. Now we go into 2. So we're at the tail end here. So we're going into 2. So this gives us an idea of where we're at now. Oh, I had to reload Sandbox. I changed my speed on this one. It kind of freaked me out a little bit. Alright, that's normal. So we're at 2. And it should go back to black. Nope, actually goes 2 right into Texas. Now, I already showed those 2, so it has that little bit of a buffer, I guess, as far as the black on either side of the 2, so that makes sense as far as how it goes from 2 right into Texas. Then it will probably go right back into 2. Yep. And then go back into star on the other side of that. Yep. That makes sense. So from here, it should go back into one of them, either media 1 or 2, probably media 2. Actually, no, this is a different one. My bad. Let's take a look here. Let's go back into properties. So we got star. That's media 4. Media 4. We got 2 media 4s there as well. Right? Or is that the end of the segment? Media 4. Yeah, there's 2 media 4s. So probably the same issue you were having there. Like the O'Reillys, you got 2 media 4s back to back. Was that the same type of issue? As far as how that skews? Not able to repeat that. That's what I'm assuming. Now, if we look at that texture as far as for media 4, that's 6. Which one's 4? Media 2. Where's our media 4? Media 4 is this one. Yeah, so here's our media 4. So we had to put those back to back. Guess I'm not really sure why you would have to put those back to back. That's what I'm sure it just had to do with how it lined up. You wanted it closer. I'm gonna take a look at that one really quick, a little closer. So you've got 2 media 4s that are back to back. So I imagine you needed to put 2 in there just to kind of get those lined up properly. Which again, there's nothing wrong with doing that. Nothing wrong with that. So if there ended up being too much space in between as far as the black that you've got on the ends, that makes sense. So you've got way too much space in here. So the only way to accomplish getting it closer would be to add another segment, a text seg anyway. Low grade types. Imagine. I felt like I could catch an STD. It's like, good lord. Thank goodness for the 6 feet COVID rule. So yeah, I'd imagine your establishment. Well, at least it's good to hear, I guess, that they got that in place as far as the protocols for the distance there. Yeah. Yeah, alignment issue. So yeah, that does make sense. I get that. Otherwise, if you were to let that continue straight across the board, you would have a lot of void here. So if they do need to be closer together, you would have to put another text seg. So that's the flexibility you have in there. So there's basically 2 sets of media 4 that are compiling this area. So it goes, does it go back to star, I guess, at this point? Nope, that's the end of that segment, as far as the media 4. So we're somewhere in this area, right? So we go to the next segment, it's back down to 1. So we're still in media 4, so yeah, we're like roughly in this area. So it should go back to star, media 4 still again, and then the star. So yeah, we had a little bit more of a media 4, and now we're at star. So now we're at this point. Y'all with me yet? So that's continuing through the remainder of that segment. How big is that segment? Now we move forward. Yep, not a very big segment, relatively average. Yep, so we're at the tail end of this deal now. Basically, right at the exit of turn 2. Okay. That would be... Now we're at this point. And again, we don't have the red that's on this part here too, so sure, Torch, you're aware of that, as far as that. Still needing to do that, so that's just some minor tweaks. So we're at this point. So on the next segment, it should start off with star, going into the back stretch. So let's go ahead. Yep, star. Go back here. Yep, so Texas star, starting it right here. Then it goes into black, so that's going to be further down the way here. This is a relatively big segment here too, so that's going to go all the way down here. So go to black. Yeah, and I'm looking at this start here too. I haven't been pointing that out as much too. The fact that this is a really large segment as far as the straight. We got 167 meters from the start, from where we started from at the beginning of the segment. 167 meters down to get to this point. Go to Texas Black, and then it should go into this decal, which is TMS.com. That's the URL for the Motor Speedway, yep. And then after that, we've got the No Limits. And that one's all in its entirety. Now, we weren't able to use this, I guess, in the apex of the turns there, Torch. So we got two different No Limits. We got this one here. I'm gonna have to look at that one. So we got soft wall No Limits. But yet we have the ones that are in the apex of the turn. So I'm going to open that one up here real quick to see that. So we got a Texas No Limits. I want to take a look at that and see what's going on. So soft wall No Limits. Yeah, so you just got that one broken up that way, but this one here. So riddle me this, Torchable. This wasn't able to get used in the apex. It was a spacing issue. So the fact that this one already existed on the backstretch, or was it a spacing issue? Just curious. So the fact that you broke it up this way, I see this one here is much bigger too. I guess that's probably why, now that I look at it. The text on this one here is much bigger, but used up a lot more real estate. Okay, so I think I answered my own question. The fact that this one's not nearly as large, text-wise. Yeah, I can see that now. So this one here, and I think that was already there, I guess previously before all of this was done. So yeah, that's where this is at. Okay. I think we're tracking. Right. Yep, I can see that slight difference now. Now you look at it. Cool beans. Alright, so where we're on the No Limits here. It's the next segment. So that's where we stop. So we're relatively in this area. Right about that area. So I'm going to bring this back down to 1. Go to the next segment. So it's still starting off with the No Limits. So we're kind of like in the middle somewhere. And then it goes to the NLX, which would be No Limits Texas. Probably short for it, hashtag. We're at this point. And then it should go to this one, which is the Motor Speedway, the as far as their Twitter tag. More than likely, hashtag No Limits Texas. That's where we're at right now. Then back into Texas Star. So that hashtag, or the @ one goes right back into Star, so it has all the black running into that. These I think were already previously applied to the track, so they're already in existence there, so these aren't new. They've just been adjusted, I guess, as far as to accommodate the medallions, for example, probably. The other one had the red star between the limits and... Oh, okay. I guess I didn't notice that, too. So the other one had the... So we got the red star here, and this one's got the red star in the middle. So, yep, there's that. So not only is the text larger, but the orientation of the red star is different as well. I gotcha. I gotcha. So there's a method to the madness there. So now we're about this point. Kind of continuing all the way around. Alright, so yep, we're just going back into Star. So now we'll go to the next segment. We're continuing with Star. I need to get my bearings here on the... So we are right at the beginning of turn 3. Okay, so let's pan this over a little bit. Right here at the beginning of turn 3, so we can see where that PJ1 that's applied there. Let's kind of pan it down. So we're Star all the way through the rest of this part of the wall up to this point. So we're right about here now. Okay, so in this segment, can I move there? Yep, so we're right in. So all we got is just blue stars up in that region. Relatively, fairly small segment. No additional segments in there besides just the star. Move it forward. Now we're starting off with media 5. That's up in here. So we're at this point now. Oh crap. That happens sometimes. So we're at media 5. Is this point. Now Now this is where we're going to get to see where all 16 tech segs, because this next segment here is a very large one, as I already pointed out earlier part of stream. So again, just to kind of reiterate and summarize, regardless of how big your segment is, you're limited to just 16 tech segs within any given segment, any wall segment. So the fact that Torch has come to the realization that he ran out of room to be able to put logos. So what will potentially need to happen here in order to get all the logos, because we need to have the O'Reilly, just like on the other end there, as far as on both sides, more than likely. So in order to do that, you probably have to make the O'Reilly one a little bit wider, possibly to take up more real estate, I guess, as far as to have hopefully maybe one or two less segments to use up with what's already there, if that makes sense. So we got a little bit different orientation on this end in comparison to the other one, where it was a little bit more broke up, so where we can get that all in there properly. And again, it all comes down to not having the urge to want to split this. Now that we've got the track where you want it to be, how you want it, the attitude of the track to behave, you want to remove yourself from any urge to want to split it. Just slap yourself in the hand, do whatever as far as to get it into your mind that you don't want to split it. and not only for the reason to just the event of splitting it, but also not to cut up the track so much where it's going to add more poly weight than it already has, as far as to the actual geometry of the track. That should be the best hopeful scenario. I'm hoping that it works out that way too. I mean, in my head, as far as in theory, there it should, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that's the way it'll go. And I'm just hoping that it does too. Yep. So anyway, on this big segment here that we've got, we're going to continue. All right, so we're on media 5. So we should have at least a couple of those, probably back to back. That's what I would expect to see with the way the rest of the textures have been going. So media 5, we should have a couple of those. Yep, we got 2. That's the third segment. And then it goes into media 3, which is the O'Reilly. Again, just for clarification there. Now I noticed you got a skew on the V. And that's just the top to bottom. Was there a reason for that, Torch? I didn't notice that on the other end. That you had to put a... So the V should be the texture orientation top to bottom as far as this way, vertically. So I just wanted to look at this real quick just to see. So it looks like you might have moved it down some. Let's see here. So you've got... Oh, that's interesting. Why does it do that? Okay, so the media 3... I didn't notice that. Is that the way the same one I overlooked that? So the V is on 1, 2. Hold on a minute. So go to media 3. The fact that you've got this at a map of 2... That's interesting. So I'm assuming that's what's going on the other end too. I just didn't notice that. Very interesting. That's not normal, just as far as for that usually. Usually when you use the map of 2, you should only have to do it on the U. Interesting. Okay, let me go back here for a second. So all these are that way. Okay. Well, if that's what it's forcing you to do, I guess that's... Yeah, you want to go with what works, I suppose. I guess that makes sense. It's been a hot minute since I've had to actually create these textures, I guess, like that, so I apologize for a little bit of fogginess, I guess, in my brain. I do have a cold. That's fair to mention. That's my excuse, and that's what I'm going with. Cat is licking my hair. Jeez, every time I sit in this computer chair. Yeah, it just wants attention. Yeah, anywho, so yeah, that should be right. So what I'm witnessing here is you've got 1 on both the U and the V, and that makes sense. And you can see what the result is. It makes it very clear, I guess, as far as when you don't have that applied, at least on both U and V, as far as what it does to it. And I'll just do that again just for... If I put this to 0... Oh, wrong one. Gotta get on the media 3. It's right here. So if I take the 1 off of that, you can see what happens. So it automatically will. So if anything, you probably could put a 0.5 on it for as long as this has a value in it. If I put a 0.5, you can see. So that's how big the texture is going to be. So when you put a 1 and a 1, that means it's a 1-to-1 representation of the actual texture that you're applying. Right? And in comparison to, so like if you wanted to double it, yeah. So it's a little bit review for myself too, because it's going to bring it clarity. So to have 1 on both the U and the V is going to make it a 1-to-1 representation of the actual texture. So if we go 2, for example, that means it's going to make it twice as big lengthwise. So you can see the result of that in comparison to down here where it's still at 1. That's just to show that. So all this flexibility that you have and how the texture is applied, it's kind of nice in a way. So not only from the skewing, but the size of the texture to get things to line up, all that stuff. There's a lot of. Sometimes it might come down to. And this is something you could probably consider too, Torch. So regardless of whether or not you apply it to a 496 on the O'Reilly, you could probably get away with fudging a little bit the size of this one. So the fact that this is at a 1, you can go bigger or smaller on the U size. So for example, if you do 1.5, make that a little bit bigger to get rid of some of the spacing, the weird gapping of the texture applied. So that's something else that you have. You don't, as much as you want to try and keep it at the same for both text segs, I get that. That's totally what you want to try to do. But when it doesn't work out like that, sometimes it's a matter of the trick of the eye in some cases. So if you just go just a half bigger in comparison and leave the rest of it the other, just at a 1 and vice versa, that might help balance that out a little bit. In a lot of cases, you could go smaller to give yourself more room, and not by much. I'm talking like just smaller than 1, for example. In this case, I put it at 0.75. That might help too. It'll give you a little bit more room to put more information, I guess, in that area, especially on this 3/4 side. So again, it all comes down to whether or not, if you do decide, I guess, to go to 4096, try it out both ways. Keeping in mind as far as what I've already mentioned, as far as to try and get this to not be half, if you can. It might help better versus to put it in a 4096. I don't know. You'd have to try that out. I understand what you did here. Don't get me wrong, as far as to get that to space out properly. But it might also help too, if you space this out a little bit more, to add it a smaller size. So don't lose sight of that. And it will really come down to a trick of the eye. So the fact that this first half is at a 0.75 and the rest is at a 1, you can barely tell the difference. And it's giving you more room, I guess, to be able to add a little bit. If you do that consistently across all the logos, I guess, as far as to give you a little bit more room every time you do that. So yeah, I totally understandable, because as far as how you've got it all set to 1 and 1, I guess, as far as the UV for all the textures, obviously that's going to take up, more real estate than it would be to just chunk it down just a little bit by scaling it down like I just showed. So that could be a potential option. This is why I wanted to go through this, I guess, as far as to give options, I guess, for stuff. So we got at least two media 3s here. That's what she said. John Vaughn. What did she say? Missing some of the chat here. Oh, you risked some fluids. You got you risked bad. John Vaughn. This is such a crack up. It's not the size of the texture. Right? Oh my god. You spell good. See if I take a 4096 and add 12 and center it. Yeah, I mean, that might work too. It might work out for you that way too. Yep, I could see that potential too. But also, if you don't want to use the 4096, I think you could still get away with just readjusting the 2048, and then where you need to make a new tech seg, I guess, on this here, you can make it smaller and or bigger, depending on, probably smaller rather than bigger, because you want to gain space as far as moving forward, right? That's what we're trying to do. If you can do that in those few tech segs that involve the O'Reilly, that's going to help you to be able to get more of it in there, I guess, in both spots. So we only got it here, and we need to have it over here too, I guess, as far as closer to turn 4, and that's what we're missing. We're getting up to that point, so I'm going to continue here. So we got 2 media 3s. All right, so we're on media 3. Now we're into number 3. Okay, and then that goes into Texas, and then we should have another number 3, and then back into Star. Yep. And keeping in mind, this is still all one segment. So we got media 3 again, so we're at this point. Let's expand that over here. It's all still the same segment. You can see how we're running out of real estate with just this one segment pretty quickly. So we're on tech seg 10. I just want to clarify that. So we're already on 10 at this point in this one segment. So we're coming dangerously close to the end here of the segment. So we're losing ground, I guess, as far as that. So being able to make this smaller, as far as a 0.75, even at a 4096, that might help gain, I guess, some room in the segment here to be able to apply more. Because then it won't. You'd have to try, I guess, to see it. That's what I can. It sounds proper in my head, but it may not necessarily be. Write something special below and give it to John Font. Oh my god, it cracked me up. There are 3 O'Reilly sections, so if we're able to do the O'Reilly in 14096, get affordability, possibly. Yeah, in theory, that's not a bad idea. That's not a bad option either. I need to refresh this here real quick. A second, folks. Give me one momento. How are we doing on time? So we're just closing in on 8 here. I want to get enough time here too to be able to test this out and track. That's where I'm gonna end this deal. But there's hopefully a lot of good information, I guess, to be able to cover here. It's all about the insight. Okay. There. Just had to refresh that real quick. So currently we are at. Get my bearings here again. So we're at the media 3 here at segment 10. So we go to segment 11. We're going to have another media 3. And we already understood, I guess, as far as why that's necessary. Remove that proper skewing. We're already at 12, so we're back at the star. Post fact of that. Okay. Then we're to the black, so now we're at this point. You can see how, I can already see how we've lost some ground, I guess, as far as on the number of tech segs because of how we did do that. So your suggestion here, I guess, as far as to do just 14096 with all 12 of them in one deal, that could fix everything all together. Okay, so now we're at the black. Back to properties. So we're already at 13 once we get to this point. We only got 3 segments left. 14, we're at the Texas. We're at the limit Texas. Then it goes to no. And we've already explained, I guess, as far as why that's necessary to have to break that one up because of the how much room it uses this in the 2048. You might even be able to do the same thing. Now, all in effort not to go too crazy, I guess, with the 4096 deals. If you can just get away with putting it to the, applying the 4096 size, I guess, to the O'Reilly, and that's it, that would be fine. It might be tempting, I guess, to want to put this No Limits Texas all in one 4096. You could try that to see where are we at so far. We can already see, in fact, we did already see, I guess, as far as where. Let me go back here for a second. You got enough room, I feel, to be able to make it a 4096 on those two, as far as the No Limits Texas and the Apex and those O'Reillys, and still not lose too much, I guess, as far as with the rest of everything. Let me see. But you definitely don't want to stay away from putting all of those on a 4096, that's for sure. Where are we at? Where are we at? This one right here. So if we look at, yeah, look at the size of these here. So the ones that are at a 2048, these are all relatively to 2048 as far as the medias. The no limits. Yeah, the limits Texas. These are pretty small. But I think to be able to put it at a, I can actually test this theory too. You can see how much this is going to increase from 172 kilobytes. Where that's going to be. I'm going to imagine it would probably put it at around double that, so it'd be close to 400 kilobytes, which if it's only those two textures that you're doing that to, it might not be that bad. Because yeah, that would be my guess there as far as, because when you do make it wider, obviously it's going to make the size of that overall texture bigger as far as kilobytes wise. But we want to keep it as minimal as possible. So the fact that you did it the way you did initially, to get a sense of where it's at and how much room that you have adjustable, that's definitely a good way to go about it. So let me go into here, track mat. I want to look at some of your others, the size of your track mat textures. If I go into details, so the biggest one you've got is the signage, which is that outside ground texture in that, I believe. You know, it's got that and that's your biggest one that I'm noticing. Does that not have, is that the one that's got the billboards in it too? I forget. Yeah. So that one's in track mat, huh? So is that duplicated? Let me, I gotta look here now. So you have one in both locations? Is that what we got? So is there signage in this one too? So if that one's duplicated, just a second. Yeah, because I thought the billboards were in that one. Yeah, so signage in here too. So that's in two places. So that's the same texture that's in both. So maybe catch me up here, Torch. Do we need those in both locations? Maybe it needs to come out of the track mat. Yeah, because that was the only thing that I noticed was the biggest one, just looking at the size of things. I don't think we need this one anymore. Is that right? And that might have been a mistake on my part too. And this is going all the way back to September. Because this newest one is obviously newer than that. So this one's 925. So if this needs to come out, I'll make sure I do that. But when you look at the overall, as far as the size of your textures that you have in your track mat, I think these are pretty optimal. So if you only needed to do two 4096s for that No Limits Texas and or that O'Reilly's as far as the Media 3, you got enough room in your track mat sizes here. As far as the texture sizes, these are pretty decent. In fact, I want to try and load the track up there with this not in there and see what that, if the track loads without this in there, I'll just make sure to purge that out. But I think that was something that was done previously. And that's just probably on my end. Probably definitely some deals in here. Right. So that makes sense. So that probably makes sense. I'm sure it's probably just on mine, because I know what you've got on yours and what I got in mine are going to be totally different. We totally want to go with what you've got for sure. Mine, I'm just the guinea pig, I guess, of sorts, as far as testing things out. That we haven't dadded the track up or anything like that, so that'll come very last for anybody that was wondering. Alright, so we're going to continue through this. I'm going to keep in mind, I guess, anyway, the only point that I wanted to make there, as far as you've got enough room in your texture sizes for your track mat to be able to potentially make those two textures for the No Limits textures in the apex of the turns and the O'Reilly's at a 4096 and still have plenty of room. Because I think that's, overall, it's probably only going to be around 400 or so kilobytes per each. You know, keeping that compression of 10 and so on like you do with the 2048s, I think it should be fine. Hopefully that brings some clarity to that. Alright, so we are at, where are we at? We're back at the the trailing end of this, so we only have, yep, so we're at 16, so we're back to the star, so we're at the trailing end here. So that's already using up all the segments that you have available in that segment. So we're basically right here. Kind of give some clarity. So we're right at this point. So we ran out of segments, I guess, as far as to be able to put another Riley moving forward. So let's see where we're at here. So that is Blue Star. So that's probably going to go all the way up to here. That segment. So there's, even though you've got plenty of room visually, I guess, as far as on this segment to be able to apply something, you ran out of segments. That's the problem that Torch is dealing with. So that's something that you take into consideration when it comes to laying these out here, as far as what direction can you go. So I think the suggestion that we've come up with, and I'm going to keep reiterating, is to possibly make that texture size wider to compensate for that. That way you can cover more area and less space, if that makes sense, as far as to. So I'm assuming, I can look in the overhead. We probably got all this space here to deal with. It's like, why can't I put a logo there? Well, you ran out of segments. 16 is the limit on any given segment. So even though it gives you the appearance that you've got more space, doesn't help when you hit that 16 limit. So okay, so we are, yep, right about where I'm pointed at here too. So you can see the end of the segment right here, and that's about where I'm in. So it should start off with that Texas black and or the Texas again right there. So we're right about, let me see if I can move this a little bit. We're right about here, somewhere in this region at the end of that segment, because my other visual cue, oh, we are past that. Okay, so we're at past this opening. Get my bearings set. So we're at this thing, so we're practically right about in this area. That's the end of the segment's right about in here. So shortly we should be able to see the end of the blue. Going in the next segment, it should start off with 4. So we'll go to the next segment here. We'll get this back down to 1. Like having $16 to buy a, right? It's like, I got more space there. Why can't I use this? Damn you, Papyrus. Right? Exactly. All right, so we're going to move to the next segment. That should start off with the number 4. Yep, so we're right here. And then from there we go to Texas, and then another number 4. They're on the other side of the signage. Then it should go back into star. Oh, I don't want to copy forward. I can see the 2 forwards there. Sometimes I can. Now I'm not going to be saving this PTF. We're just, giving a critique here, so I haven't saved any of this. All right, so now we should be. Oh crap! I mean to do that. So now we're at number 4 here. Move it up again. Now we're back at the star. And that should be it. Nope, goes right back into media 6, which starts over here. And we got a couple media 6s to get that spaced out properly, as far as to get the proper text seg. Skewing. So we got a. Then it goes back to star. So we're on this side of that. So now we're roughly in this spot, over in here. And that's all we got. So yep, we're basically right about here. So when we go to the next seg, it's just continue with star. Pick this back down to 1, go to forward. So it's still starting off with star. Move it forward, that goes into black. So we're starting right about here. Then it should go to Texas. Is that. And then it goes back to black, and then it should go back to star. Yep, so now we're on that side of that decal. Yep, so we're roughly right about here. Let's see, that should be all we got left in that segment. Yep, so that's just 5 text seconds in that one. Move it forward, still continuing with star, so we should end up going back into, not back into, but we should get into this straight. Let's see if that's where we're at. Nope, that's just got the 1 text seg, okay. Relatively short segment right there. Kind of see that right out the corner here. So if we can move it forward, still with the star. Now we get into the stripe too. Now we know we're right about here. Okay, if we move it again, nope, just got, that's all we got it there. Is this, it's that segment only has that. So the next one should start off with this Geico restart logo. Yep. Nope. Okay, so it continues with stripe 2. That's interesting. Stripe 2. So it must have been just the way that lined up there, I guess, as far as to get that all in there. If that was the case there, Torch, you probably could have get away with just using the stripe 1. This the one stripe, if it's on both sides of the segment. So if I'm understanding this right, that track segment actually ends and starts right there. And if that's the case, you could probably get away with just using the one stripe, not even using the double stripe, because you already got the double stripe basically on both sides of the segment. You know, start of this segment, end of that one. So that's something to consider, because that's what I noticed here. So when we go back, we got the stripe 2 on this side, but also starts it on the next segment. You could probably just use the 1 and get rid of the stripe 2, if that's the way that one's working out. Texas Gold Racing, welcome on in. How we doing? Think of that. Well, and that's why you get the second brain, I guess, coming into that here, as far as to give that insight on that. Probably initially what you were thinking of is I need a double line, so you made the double line texture, and then you needed a single line. But you could also get away with not using the double line at all, even if it didn't turn out this way. You could just text seg it to use just the one texture, right? So even besides, I guess, as far as the way this is done here, as far as the having on both sides of it, either segment, you could still just use the 1 and then just text seg it so that it makes it with the 2. That would eliminate a texture, even though that's a pretty small texture. But if you got more room, I guess, as far as being able to add other textures, that's even better. Wherever we can eliminate textures, that's always a positive. 4 eyes are better than 1, right? Right. And like I said, even though it is a pretty small texture, you won't gain that much. But if you don't really need it, then why use it? Again, it all comes down to if you've got something already available texture-wise to be able to apply to an item, be it either a geometric wall or a object, then do that, to eliminate unnecessary textures. My eyes returning. I don't doubt you. I can imagine. This is with the little bit of little bit that I've been going over here. Your eyes do tend to get cross-eyed, and it does. I'm not gonna lie at this point, I guess, as far as I was a little concerned the fact that you were working as late as you were. I understood you were trying to get it to me, I guess, as far as expediently as possible. But when you're doing this type of thing, you definitely got to discipline yourself, I guess, as far as to take some time away from it, because your eyes will go cross-eyed after a while. Especially with dealing with this type of stuff, getting things lined up and so on and so forth, going back and forth between camera views and adjusting your properties to it. It will definitely make your eyes go buggy. So, and there's been times when I was really in the thick of doing it, I didn't discipline myself that well, and to the point where I would go cross-eyed and bug-eyed or whatever for a good week, as far as before my eyes finally straightened out and I could see straight again. So definitely do yourself some good, I guess, as far as to know when to take a break. It's not that important, I guess, as far as to risk your eyesight. Your eyesight is more important, I guess, as far as than getting a track completed. I mean, but there's a lot done here. Are you guys ready? We will be here eventually. Your Texas Gold. Again, welcome on in. Yeah, we are getting to the point where we want to get everything critiqued out to see where the track is at. We're getting to the point where we're going to test this in the sim. I mean, we're primarily building this track, I should say, Torches. I'm more or less just assisting as far as his build to be able to test this in the NASCAR Racing 2003 racing simulation. And yes, I said that right. Enter 2003. The fact that it's as old a sim as it is, it's still got a lot of life in it as far as being able to add new content to it. So, yep, we're getting up to that point, just like Torch said. So sometimes I do go over quite a bit, I guess, as far as some of the modeling that goes on to it. I felt it pretty necessary, I guess, to kind of go over everything that Torch has done within the last week, I guess, as far as to get all these badges. And there's some tweaks that need to be done that are being made aware of, as far as to make everything line up and look good. But yeah, we're at the restart zone, so I was just finishing this part up just to kind of show everything here. So yeah, just some clarity, Torch, I guess, as far as I don't want to beat that dead horse, but I think you can probably eliminate the stripe 2 and just use the stripe 1 on both sides. And that should work out fine. Alright, so now we're into this segment here on the other half of this stripe, where it goes into the restart zone. So we got this decal, which is gonna give some more clarity again. That's this deal on the map of 2. So we've got that texture to that, and then on the other side of that we got the single stripe that ends the restart zone on that side. So we got that stripe. Alright, so if we can move this up to the next segment, we got the stripe 1, which is this one right here. Now it should go back into star. Oh, okay, so that's the end of the segment. We got no more tech segs in there, so we go to the next segment. That should start off with stripe, just to finish that off. And then it should go into star, so we're roughly in this area. And then it continues all the way through that, so that must be a relatively smaller segment. Let me see. Let's go back into the overhead. Oh, let's repan this. Yep, so we're in this area here, just ahead of the this logo in the grass. And then we're going to be getting up to this next Texas decal, which is right here. Okay, so we'll pan that up this way. So the next segment should start roughly in this area. Okay, so we're on Texas Star yet, and that's all we got going on in there. We'll go to the next segment, still continuing with the star. Then it goes into black. Then it goes to Texas. Then it should go back to black. Back to black, then it should go back to star. Yep. So we're basically on this side of that decal right now. Yep, that's all that's in there. We'll put this back down, go to the next segment. So we're continuing with star. Let me pan this over. I'm just kind of showing how all these textures are applied. This kind of gives people some clarity, I guess, as far as what goes in, I guess, of getting these things where you want them and how you want them. So we're in this segment. So it goes back to black. And we should see another Texas. Oh, that's all that's in there. Okay, so that's just that segment. Now it goes to Texas in the next segment, track segment. That's all that's in there. Texas Gold Racing, I appreciate the follow. Hope you're enjoying, I guess, as far as... yeah, I hope it is. Anyway. This is Texas, baby. That's right, Torch. Yeah, I appreciate that follow. Hope you do stick around, I guess, as far as working our way up, I guess, as far as being able to actually test this in the sim. But I want to get through to the... We're getting up to the final nitty-gritty here. We're getting up to the start-finish line. Hopefully this does give some clarity, I guess, as far as what's going on with this. So we're basically at this point. Right over here. Let's pan it a little bit more. And we're right back to where we started. Right back at the start-finish line. Alright, so that's that segment. Move it one forward. So we're still on Texas. Go into the black. And then back into star, which is on this side here. So this should be the other side of the lead segment. This is what we consider the lead segment as far as post-fact of the start-finish line. So that's all the way around the track, I guess, as far as us seeing how those logos are applied. Pretty phenomenal. So yeah, we've got a couple adjustments, like I think that we've come to the conclusion of. One being, I guess, as far as for the restart zone, as far as just use the one stripe on both sides, you know, on both ends of the start and the beginning, and being able to potentially create this logo as a 4096 and possibly the no limits, as far as to make this all in one piece in a 4096. I think those are two pretty good takes on this. So instead of breaking this up into 2 different pieces like you got here, put that into 4096 that you're already that, and you got enough room, as I already mentioned, as far as in your texture sizes in your track mat to be able to do that, I think, without causing too much of a hindrance. So that should be the main takeaway for that. So not only was it to help everybody understand how these textures are applied, but also give Torch some insight, I guess, as far as how to tweak on, I guess, as far as what we got there. And Torch has already made it variable. I'll make as a final note to these medallions, these 3D medallions that are applied to the walls. They're not at all 100% done. There's still some adjustments there, as I've already pointed out. There's some clipping to some of those, I guess, as far as like in the turn 2 side. Let's go back to this here real quick. So we're just summarizing at this point. So this one here at a certain distance there, it does have clipping into it. You kind of see that. So that'll need to get tweaked on, much the same as a couple other ones that are like in turn 4 and such that I've already shown. So this is just to give, if nothing else at this point, Torch some clarity on what would potentially need to be adjusted is all. It's got a ton of work in this thing to get it where it's at as we currently see it. I'm going to close a lot of these up here. I got a little bit more than I'd like to have open here in WinMap 2. I'm surprised it hasn't crapped itself. But it does give you a little bit of insight with how useful the WinMap 2 utility is, at least from just a viewing perspective. We've been able to look at all of these and see how well they look on the walls. So yeah, we can just use that one stripe and not need the other stripe. I want to, I don't want to forget about this. I want to take out that signage from the track mat. I don't think, like Torch had mentioned, that is not in his edit folder. So I want to take that out and see if the track actually loads. If it does, I'm going to take that out of mine. Let's close WinMap 2 down. Okay, so let's go ahead and close this real quick. No, I don't want to save that. We were just showing us as far as what was going on here, like I said. So let's remove signage. Where's that one at? In fact, let me go into details here real quick so I can see it better. Really tell what it is. That's the only one that's the biggest in here, and that's really stands out when you look at it this way. We're going to cut that out. I'm not going to delete it for now, at least until I can confirm by taking it out that it's there you go. So let me switch over this way real quick so I can move some stuff around. Set there. Alright, now what I'm going to do is reload the track and see. As long as it loads without that being in there, then obviously we can confirm that it doesn't need to be in there. Can you do quarter mile tracks? I mean, it's possible. As far as for Air 2003, our main, I should say, Torch's main focus and the main focus on the stream this year has been most of the cup tracks. As far as like the last one that was done by Torch was Dover, which there's been a lot of positive reception, I guess, of that. This has been his next venture, I guess, as far as to do a reconfigure, the reconfigure track. So it's loosely being based on 2020. Torch can feel free, I guess, to elaborate, I guess, on that. So it's loosely being represented as from 2020, which includes that reconfiguration of turns 1 and 2, for example. And the majority of this is, the way this build has been done has been using real-world information in the form of LiDAR. So as far as the topographic data, as far as the actual banking that exists in the actual track, that has been applied to the way this build is done. So the accuracy to it is like crazy close. I mean, it's not 100% perfect, don't get me wrong, as far as that, but it's pretty doggone close, I guess, as far as when you consider, I guess, as far as a pretty old simulation as Air 2003 is. So let's go ahead and open this track, at least attempt to. I need to open this. And as long as it loads, then we're good to go. Yep. So we don't need that signage in there. So I'll be sure to keep that out of my track mat folder. I'm sure there's probably other items in there too that I don't need, but what it's really going to come down to is what Torch has in his is rendition. But yep, I can confirm that that does load. And that's one way you can determine whether or not you need items in your track mat or your main folder, main track edit folders. If you pull it out and you're able to load the track without any errors, then chances are you don't need it there. So cool. So when I load it up that way, as far as directly from Sandbox like I did, so puts us right on the lead segment. That's how that is. That's normal. So yeah, we can see, get a little bit of a preview, I guess, as far as what we got in the track so far. Granted, it's far from done. It's far from complete. But we've got plenty of things in there. So we add a little bit at a time, you know, and kind of observe the behavior of it as far as if it's causing any major problems, I guess, as far as frame rate. As we add things to it, then we'll, you know, that opens our mind, I guess, as far as the video. Oh, we got to scale something back. But the main focus, as far as its geometry of the track, as far as the way it drives, it's freaking, it's just sick. I mean, that's the. I mean, there's probably a couple other choice words that I could use as far as just how nicely this track drives. It's so freaking smooth. It's. But yeah, we got a restart zone. Majority of the badging in the front stretch. Got our victory lane that we've been working on quite a few streams. We even got some people in the stands. We added some flags. These might necessarily be redone, as I've already mentioned previously, because the static look of these in here gives it kind of a backwards look to it. These are totally fine when you add at least a little bit of windage in the game itself, as far as to apply realistic weather, and then add at least 2 mile an hour of wind. Then you don't have this look to it. They actually look correct. So in order to possibly correct that, I want to rebuild these. This was just kind of like a prototype, I guess, as far as for that. But they do wave, as far as when you do put it in the realistic weather, which is kind of nice. But for those that don't want to run the realistic weather, to have them just static, the fact that they look like this static without having that aspect to it, it makes it kind of look funky. So we got the big hoss in there, all the billboards, and as of recent, as I've just been going over, all that badging on the walls. That's the latest update, which need a very minimal tweaking, I guess, to it at this point. So hopefully that gets us to where I'm gonna leave that one out there. I need to close some things out here so I can get this thing ready. We're gonna try this thing out in the sim. So the only thing I need to do is bring over the new PTF that I saved with the flags and all that at the victory lane. You're gonna boogie. Got a mod for a buddy of mine. Should check it. Okay, we'll do that. Texas Gold. Apologize, I guess, for clamoring there a little bit, but okay. Yeah, let me go ahead and answer that real quick. I'll answer that real quick. So he's got to go mod for another buddy. That's cool. Hopefully you'll be able to check out the VOD, at least anyway. He's already following, so that's cool. Sounds like we got another fan, I guess, as far as that, of the build there. Cool. Alright. Good deal. We almost got the other slots there, just noticed their torch. So I'm just going to get some things, lined up here so I can move my PTF and all that good stuff over to our game track directory. We're going to try this bad boy out in the sim. What do y'all think of that? So I didn't do anything else other than, I gotta double check my, let me switch this over to this other screen here. How about that? That way y'all can see what the heck I'm doing. Sure you'd like that, huh? Where's that signage? Okay, so what I am noticing, I don't have that in there, so I must have already cleaned that out prior to bringing it into the game track directory. That's what I wanted to confirm. Just in case anybody was wondering what the heck was going on. So yeah, I've already confirmed that that signage deal, and I'm sure there's probably other stuff, got other junk in that my own track edit folder, I guess, as far as that doesn't need to be there, but that's okay. So we're still trying to get that bot drunk. It's funny. That's super funny. Alright, let's go ahead and get the simulation loaded. Alright, switch that over. And cool. Alright, switch that back over. There we go. So we got games loaded. And we're going to test this out with the Splash and Go 2003 Winston Cup Series mod. Fantastic mod. If you don't have that, I know Splash and Go, the Splash and Go mods, as far as the website in its entirety, is pretty much no more. But there are ways of missing it to be able to get the files, I guess, for their fantastic mods. So, want to get that? Feel free to get in on the Rock Nation Discord. We do have a section in there for NASCAR Racing 2003 related items, such as that. So definitely jump on the Rock Nation Discord, I guess, as far as the get the links, I guess, for that. We got some MediaFire links and such. I'll be able to do that. Okay. We ready to do this, folks? We're going to at least go into testing here initially. So as long as the track loads in testing mode, we should be in good shape. I am going to put that 2 mile an hour on the... We're not going to do realistic weather, but it should put this 2 mile an hour... Actually, we should be able to do that, yeah. Now, if we do realistic, so we just wanted a 2 mile an hour, so that's the difference there. I decided to double check it there. We got 2 mile an hour on that, so it's going to do clear 70 north wind at 2 mile an hour, and that gives us that animation of the flag. We want to be able to see that in its proper orientation, if you will. So, go ahead and load that up. Don't crash. Cool. So it does load the track. We're in good shape there. And as I mentioned, I already done some, at least in testing there, to kind of see what's going on there. I have not tested it in a single race, you know, as far as with other cars and such like that. So, alright, let's go to drive here real quick. Just want to confirm that all of it is still working. That's good. I'll move this over here. Gotta adjust some stuff. Give me a second. Oh man, another close one. We're just getting close on it. He's working that bot. But at least initially here you can see we've got the track loaded in the simulation. In all its glory, you can see the badging that's on the walls that we've been showing here. Very cool. Another one. Look at that. You're missing it by one stinking emote. Bot's just toying. He's toying with you now. Alright, let's go to this view. Let's do just a quick test lap around here. I've already done this, like I said previously, but I haven't obviously streamed that, so. Look at that. It went both ways. Yep. Liquor him up a little bit more before we give in. Now, here we go. I know another thing I want to do here. I almost forgot. Let's turn off the background music here for a second. There we go. So we can get all the sounds that is the simulation. Look at that dirty devil. He went both ways with it. He just does not want to give up, does he? That is crazy. Look at that. That's crap. He's totally toying with you. Alright, here we go. We're going to take a lap around this. You can see a little bit of clipping on the turn 1 deal here, too. So a little bit of adjustment on those medallions, but pretty good precursor, replacement, I guess, of those, if nothing else. So it's all in testing. You can see the frame rates there should be at the top right of the screen there. Running at about 142 frames. Just in testing mode. Really nothing else populated, I guess, as far as animated screens or anything like that. Those, all this bannerism that we got around this thing here, this restart zone is going to be bee's knees now, I guess, as far as now you really got a sense of where that restart zone is at. So I'm not really necessarily taking this at speed, but I just want to get, just kind of take it all in. I don't see any of the frame rates flutter whatsoever, I guess, as far as in this testing mode. And that's good. That's what you want to see. You don't want to see any drastic fluctuations of frame rates, I guess, as far as you get, especially through like the front stretch.
32.13.
So from this standpoint, actually pretty good. We're gonna come down into the pits this next time around, and we'll go check out the pit road. As far as that has those animated flags, at least our prototype for those. You can see, get an idea of the transition here off banking, nice and smooth. Wanted to stop at Victory Lane, so I guess I wanted to come down here real quick to show that all the visuals that are in here, as far as like being able to go through here, you can't actually go through that. The fact that that visual still exists there, and not splitting the track up, I guess, to make that opening impossible. We do have the opening down over here. And again, it's been all an effort of keeping the track optimized so that it plays really nice. So even in this testing mode, we're seeing pretty consistent frame rates. That's what we want to see. Like you come into the victory lane, and I wanted to get a better look at the animated flags. They're actually not animated. Did I not get all the nodes in there? I thought I did. I'll double check that. They're actually not flying. Okay, we have to figure out what that. I might have missed a step there as far as applying that. I'll have to double check that in Sandbox. Let's go to view replay. And just to confirm, yep, they are not waving. Okay. I'm going to check that out here real quick here, folks, just to see what's going on with that. Alright, give me a second. Let's go back into this real quick. Let me switch this back over. Alright, so leave that there. Oh yeah, they should. They should, regardless of, because the fact that I've got the 2 mile an hour. They were when I was testing it previously, so yeah. Oh, no momento, so I need to go like this. Yep. Alright, so what I need to check are the, see if I got all that. I'm pretty sure I put all this states in there, I guess, as far as for those, but yeah, another keyboard. So we want to go into object mode, object placement mode, and then we want to look for those flags. I'm gonna go through my items list here. That should be flag SD2. Yeah, it's got all those in there. Oh, I forgot to use wind direction. Son of a biscuit. I know I missed something. See, this is going to be critical. So the fact is you put these nodes in here. If you don't use this wind direction, that's what I was wondering if I did. So if you want it to use the wind direction, you still have to apply this tick mark. And that's for each node. For each flag, I should say. So yeah, even though you've got these animation nodes as far as the different states there. There you go. Finally, you liquored them up enough, I guess, to get that. So yeah, even though you've got all these nodes in here as far as that different rates of speed and so on, you still have to apply to that object as far as the use wind direction. That's what I missed. Alright, so I need to do that to the other flag as well. So that's what I missed. I'll have to resave this PTF, and I'll have to bring that back over to our game track directory so we can serve that. So yep, missed them on both flags. There we go. Now I'll go ahead and resave this, and I'm gonna go ahead, because it's such a minor change, I guess, to it. It's not like anything drastic, I guess, to that PTF. I can save over that one that I've got loaded here. And I've at least refreshed Sandbox a couple different times, I guess, as far as to eliminate what I was doing there previously. You know, as far as to show how the tech segs were applied. So in that case, we should be good. You know, so I haven't left the Sandbox open for so long. Oh, now you're going to be on fire this time. You're going to get that 7 like you did last time. Crazy. I guess you liquored them up enough, that's for sure. Alright, let me go ahead and save this though anyway. Yeehaw. Alright, I'm going to save right over this one like I was saying. Because of the minimal amount of changes that I made to it. That's a mouthful. Save. Yes. Alright, now I got to make sure I get this back over to our game track directory. I need to get out of this one here though. This and get out of the car. Gotta close that all out first. Definitely you don't want to load your PTF, your new PTF save while the game is running. That's probably another fair mention. Don't want to do that. It's not going to. It's not real time as far as like that. You have to close that out and reload it. Okay. Our new PTF, let's get this over here. I need to bring up that screen. There we go. That way you can see, I'll see what the heck I'm doing here. So we're in our track edit directory. I need to bring over that PTF that I just resaved. I want to make sure I get the PTF, not the SBX. The SBX file is what Sandbox will save as that file. You want to make sure you don't get that one and get the PTF. SBX file won't do you squat. That's all it is just these settings that you have in there as far as your camera settings and everything like that in that PTF session. So it's really irrelevant as far as being able to put that into 2003. Accurate. Yep. So I gotta copy this one over. And bring that to, oh shoot, did I already close that? I did. Dummy, what are you doing? Let's go back into... There we go. That's 3. Yeah, you're getting them boozed up enough still. Alright, open that in a new window. I need to go back into my game track directory. Tracks. 20. I need to put this in here. Now, since I already know that I've already tested that one, whoops. God. Get out of that. Crap. Nope, we don't need that. Just like double clicked it on it. Stupid mouse. So yeah, as I was saying, because I've already tested that PTF to know that that works fine, back up to here. I don't really need any other PTFs in here. I'm gonna delete this one. That one's already been confirmed to work, and we've already tested that one that we just did. So I'm gonna take that one out. That one should be named the same as the track folder. This one, so I'll go ahead and delete that. Normally, I guess I would just back it up, but since I've already tested it, I don't care anymore. So we need to rename that PTF in there. So I named it as back to go. Good grief. That's 4. Yeah, I'm trying to find my PTF here, though. Where'd my PTF go? That is... Crying out loud. Oh, I copied it over. At least I thought it did. It didn't. Copied again. Okay. Case. I guess I didn't move it over. I still had it on the clipboard. That's why I couldn't find it, darn thing. Good grief. That's 5. You're gonna work on that 7 again like you did last time. So I need to rename this PTF. So the approach I always like to take to this is copy. You need it the same name as your track folder. So I'm gonna copy the track folder name like so. And then apply that to PTF. Like so. So now that should load. Now we should have animated flags. So let's go ahead. Load the sim back up. Fingers crossed. Actually, yeah, we got that. That's another one I was considering, I guess, as far as to get reapplied, I guess, to our emotes. I don't have that one yet. Oh, we got the rock fingers. That might be something else I might consider as far as the cross fingers. Those are still in the BTTV emotes. Yep, so the cross fingers. We need to get the cross fingers out there. Anybody cross their fingers? There's the emote. Let's see. I can't remember what it was. There we go. Gotta get the cross fingers though. I'm gonna consider, because as far as putting that into the file, I got one more spot. I might actually apply that to all our remotes there. We're going into testing. And this time it still got the wind applied to it. Good there. Cool, and it loads. Nice. Now I'm gonna go ahead and go right to. Here, let me go ahead and turn this back off again. You want to get all the sounds that is in the simulation. You got those. I guess that'll work too. Got the horns and the cross fingers. Get all of it. So it did load. That's good. Now the other test is going to be: did it actually? Oops. Trying to use the brake. And reverse. Let's go over right to the victory lane. Those flags should be flying now. Now they got the wind direction applied. There we go. No, they're working. See, now the fact that, like I was saying earlier, the fact that when you've got the wind direction applied to it, they actually orient properly as far as having the star side against, as far as the texture, actually against the pole. That's the way they should be. When it's static, when it's doesn't have the wind direction, they're backwards. So that's what kind of prompts me to want to possibly redo that. That would be further down the road. I think for now, as a state, you know, as far as a prototype, at least anyway. All right. So what do you say? Let's get this rolling. I guess as far as let's do a short little race here. And you're constantly missing that just by one stinking emote. Every freaking. You're gonna be using up more of your fluids that you just won just to try to get that darn slots. I guess that's what the bot's hoping you'll do. You got 2 of the same thing in a row. That's crazy. Anyway, we're going to get into a race session here. With the Splash and Go Winston Cup 2003 mod. Yeah, get them liquored up. Alright, so let's do that next. We confirm that the flags work, so everything's good to go. So that's at least the PTF that I know I can get to you, Torch. And then you can build off of that. So it has everything that you've done and will do, I guess, as far as beyond that. So I'll definitely make sure I get that to you, as far as you do anything else on your end. Hopefully that's the case. Or you can apply what you might have done on your end to what I send you. It's up to you. Alright, so let's get into race. We want to make sure we get all 41 cars, so 42 in total, to us included. As far as we do a full pace lap, we do 17 laps, why not? Hopefully we won't have a caution. I know it's kind of random. It's not consistent as far as that. Sometimes on the first lap or two we get a caution. So hopefully that doesn't happen. Wishful thinking. Righty then. This is going to be the true test as far as everything that's been applied with all those 3D medallions to the wall, as well as everything else. Got our animated flags. We're still having some fun with that. There's 7, so you're tied for your previous record. Tied for the previous record at this point. Yeah, let's go ahead right into race. I'm not gonna worry about qualifying. We'll just start from the back. And this is really gonna help push, I guess, as far as all the rendering of things gets as far as right from the back to include all the cars that'll be ahead of us, so on and so forth. That's a really good test as far as doing it that way. So we'll be starting in the back of the pack. Yeah, all of that, those cars will have to be rendered in, I guess, as far as ahead of us to see where the frame rates are at. So we'll probably see some frame rate drop, and that's only because of all the additional items that we have loading in, like the cars. So we've already been able to test it with the track items. Now we've got more items like the animated pit crews as well as the cars. So it's how much of a drop in frame rates that we see is going to be critical. Now the fact that this mod in particular, just to kind of reiterate, if anybody that has played this mod, it's a pretty detailed mod, that from Splash and Go, but it's been very well optimized to make it play nice, I guess, with a lot of these modded tracks like this. So that's not that we're trying to build the track necessarily to behave well, I guess, with these mods, maybe a little bit, but more to make, to keep in perspective, I guess, as far as that we need to keep everything that we build from a mod standpoint or a track all optimized, regardless of what, from textures, not only from textures perspective, but also the build of the model. All that said, let's go flapping my gums and we're gonna get right into it. I might have been stalling just a little bit. So we're at about half as many frames as we get there, and that's fair because it's got to load in all those vehicles. We're hovering right around upper 60s, lower 70s. Alright. Alright, we're very back of the pack. Really cool looking cars too, I guess, as far as for, anyway, just to reminisce a little bit, I guess, as far as the 2003. And Jimmy Spencer in the 41 car is a rookie, for example. And I think it's probably also fair to mention that we have made the note potential for adjustment to the LPs, as far as like the race LP and such like that. These aren't by any stretch, they're a very good start as far as a place setter. So we got the animated frames on the big hoss. That is by design. So you can see, really get a true sense, I guess, of all these 3D medallions on the turns now are really impacting, I guess, as far as the look of the walls. Not to mention, I guess, the other badging. Really adds to it. Holy smokes. Trying to take it all in. You ready, folks? Here we go.
Alright, man. I'll call the green there. Nice smooth shift. I'll watch you.
Who's all with me at?
Go get him. Alright, man. Pace cars in. Get ready. Grind, grind, grind. Grind, grind, grind.
I'm going to lay it back here just a little bit just to kind of see where it's at. So we're in the upper 70s, lower 80s. I pull back just a little bit. Pretty decent frames.
Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! What for?
I don't know. Oh, crap. Yep, we got a wreck. We got a wreck. Oh, crap. I couldn't get out
One
of his way.
outside at your door.
Dang, I
One
hit him
inside.
good.
Clear. Might be blowing
I was
off
hoping that
all
wouldn't
over the
happen.
racetrack down
So
the back
that's
stretch.
more or less of an AI issue. AI related. They got a little bit they got a little bit hairy back here. I didn't hit the pace car, but I definitely hit another car. If that counts. All right, we gotta take the caution. Pits be closed. And we don't have any indication, I guess, as far as if pits are open or closed. I'm all totally relying on spotters, so a lot of those skills haven't been applied yet. Lead segment right there.
53.8.
Alright, took caution. Oh, I turned cautions off, that's right. I guess I simulated that. So yeah, I turned cautions off. So anyway, that at least gave you a little bit of insight of how the track reacts, I guess, in a wreck. So again, kind of considering all the damage models, I guess, that exist in this mod, and where the frames actually resided.
One outside at your door.
We'll let these guys go by us, I guess, as far as it. So, probably good that it happened, I guess, that way. I forgot I turned cautions off, though.
Still up there. Still up there. Still up there.
I guess I simulated it, like I say.
41.
So we're getting a sense of how, now in the middle of the pack, roughly in the middle of the pack here, all the frames are working.
Still up there. Clear high. One inside.
Let them go on below.
Up top, 3 wide. Inside. Still there. Up
Go
top,
around.
3 wide.
Very good frame range, though. Especially with this very detailed mod.
One inside. Clear. One inside. Still there. Clear low. One inside. Stay high. Inside. Clear.
I'd have to say this is pretty well optimized, I guess, as far as road fire.
8. 5.
I got more cars going around me yet.
Still there. Up top, 3 wide. Stay high. Clear low.
Alright, I'm gonna go a little bit faster
One
here.
inside.
I stay up with the rest of them here.
At your door. At your door.
I got a little bit of engine
Still there?
damage too, so
Clear low.
kind of plowed into. I can remember who that was. That was the 4 car. I think it was Mike Skinner. And nail I T'd Bowden pretty good.
4.
We got a car kind of jump off the apron there. That was interesting to see. So way in the back here, we're running just under, kind of tickling around 100 frames. And engine shut off because I had engine damage. Let's see if I can coast. See if I can coast it into the pits here. Yeah, so I think that was a really good test to see how well the frames are working. I think that was a pretty dang good test, to be honest. I might run this again here just for the heck of it.
Pit road speed 45.
Oh, we're in this last stall.
Eagle man number 2500 second gear. Get over there to the garage area.
Yep, they can't fix it. Yeah, they really do. They really add something to the track, that's for sure. Dang sure. That was one thing I take a note of. But I think I am going to start this over here to see if... now, that happened right away. Well, hopefully maybe that'll get it out. The sim will get it out of its system there. Even from this angle here, the fact that you've got that in there, that's pretty... That's pretty cool. There's 8. So now, at this point, you've broken your last record. Lots coming around. You got them boozed up, I guess, enough there. That's all it took, I suppose. Alright, let's see if we can go on another... We'll finish this one. How many laps we got left? Pace car. Let's go through the field here a little bit. Kind of see how we look from this perspective, I guess, as far as the other cars going around. EV2. This one really needs to be adjusted a little bit to move up to closer to the outside of the wall. So, yeah, they're just prelim. Yep. I just noted that that's 8. Where's on the slots? Let's go to TV1. And we get further up in the field. There's around Derek Cope. Johnson's going running away with this thing. He's way up in front. With 29, Gordon trying to catch him. Go a little bit thicker in the field. Just kind of get a sense of what's going on all around the track now with all the badging on there. At this point here, the outer medallions seem to blend in pretty nice. Maybe with a little bit more tweaking, to help him balance. They're definitely much better than the prelims that I saw there, but you can definitely also understand that their presence there. Yeah, you can see the areas, now that I pointed out all those areas on the top of the walls where the red kind of has the breaks into it on the top of the walls. Especially on that, around the front stretch there, I noticed. So through here it looks fine. It's just little details like that that really kind of stand out, I guess, when you're... Yeah, that restart zone looks good. Alright, let's go to spectator and see. Look like from that view. Just a little bit more livery than we have, and then we've had it in the last couple of streams. I know we've gone quite a bit over on the Victory Lane construction, which we'll probably need a little bit more tweaking on, but also not to forget, I guess, as far as eventually we can start getting to the point where we can add the more pitting protocols, I guess, as far as the flaggers, or let alone the lights, I guess, as far as the lights indicate as far as if pits are closed and so on. Get to that point. Also, track condition lights, I guess, as far as they only use just the caution lights around this track. That's something else that can be applied. I think we've come to the determination the one that was track condition lights that were in the 2015 build should be sufficient. That camera definitely. So some of these cameras do definitely need to be adjusted a little bit. On the art placeholder. Okay, I think we've got enough there. I think we want to get another race in here. How about that? That's where I'm feeling. I was going to let this one ride out here. How many laps they got left? They have... so we don't have a track picture goes of the laps. Not going to tell me in here, I guess. Yeah, they're on lap 15 to 17. They only got a couple more laps. Yeah, so I was going around there pretty slow. I've been able to achieve about, you know, mid to high 28 second, I think it is. With maybe even a 27 thrown in there if I really, so what the setup there. But I do bottom out quite a bit, I guess, as far as in turns 3 and 4. So it definitely would require, I guess, as far as to do, yeah, we're just going to let this ride out a little. Springs need to be beefed up just a tad, I think. Let's look at the standings here. It's like Gordon's trying to catch him. He's the 29 here anyway. See if he can pass him. Pretty good battle here. For second at least anyway. Johnson's going to win this thing. He's got like almost a 4-second lead on these guys. Gordon got around the 29. Nice. Very cool. So there is some definite passing, I guess, as far as in here too. And this obviously is still going to be relying upon, I guess, as far as the ratings of the car. Yeah, I would have to say the same there, Torch, because I'm not seeing any major problems, I guess, with that. Just these minor tweaks that I've already mentioned. That's about it. Yeah, those medallions, I noticed they're coming out of 4 there. You can really see how those stick out. So that's something else that, from this perspective, you can see those medallions that stand out, especially from the back side. So this should be the end. Yep, this is the last lap. So they already took the checkered. As he comes back around here, I guess, to come into the pits there, you can kind of get a sense of how those medallions look from the back side, especially. Adds more dynamic, I guess, to the outside walls. As he comes around here, it's gonna be... Here it is. Dang it. But anyway, you kind of get that. That's what I took note of, I guess, as far as that dynamic of the... pretty cool. Yep, we already saw that the enemy flags do work. Got a little bit out of picture there. I think with a little bit of adjustments to the cameras, I guess, somewhere down the road, we'll be able to get better views, I guess, as far as what we want to look at there. But yeah, pretty cool. I'm going to start up one more race. I think that's where I'm going to end this thing with one little final race. They race pretty good, other than that wreck that did necessarily come out. It tends to be random. It's not consistent, I guess, as far as every time, but it does seem pretty random that they do tend to wreck initially, like in the first couple of laps, like it did for me when I first started that up there. But we don't have a track win, so it just kicks it right out. And once we do get that, that will show. Let's load this back up here real quick. That's 9. That's the maximum. That's a maximum jackpot right there, too. Yep. You got so excited about that, you even spelled it wrong. Yeah. Now I'm counting there right along with you. 9. And that's the maximum. That's the most you can get on the landed slots there is the 1,000 units of fluid. Pretty cool. Alright, let's... I'm gonna go right to race again. Yeah, I want to get a good race in here. This is my first time of being able to race on it. That's normal, because as far as you see that blinking of the cars, that'll happen. Not all the time, but that's just the way things get rendered in the sim a lot of times. Oh, I already got first gears broken? What the frick? What kind of crap is that? You guys, what's my crew doing to me? That second gear's pretty tall, too. Yeah, my first gear's already broken. Yeah, so there's... We'll look at the medallions. Yeah, let's see if we can not get a caution here. That was all AI, as far as that last time there, so... Hopefully we can get a really clean start. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, see, my first gear is broken. Sounds like metal chunks all grinding around in there. That's pretty random too, I guess, as far as the way the sim works, as far as especially on initial start. That's crazy. We love that randomness that is Enter 2003, though, I think. Wow, that's good. Yeah, so we need another set of O'Reillys.
Right, man.
On this side here, right in this area where I'm passing.
Walk in front of you. Go get them. All right, man. Pace cars in. Get
Here
ready.
we go.
Crank again.
Lay it back a little bit. See, I'm in second gear. Okay, no wrecks, no whammies. At least for the AI, anyway. Let them duke it out. And they wrecked coming out of 2 here last time. So, okay, cool. Almost wrecked myself, dang. You get a little bit of a draft on this track here, especially going through this end of the track. Pushing a little bit. Alright. They do tend to swole up there. That's what I was saying. It might need a little bit of adjustment to the race LP. So they do tend to whoa up a little bit through the dog leg there. A little more than they should, I feel. And especially the lower rated cars, as far as like the ones starting in the back, tend to do that. So if anything, that would be one of the reasons to adjust the race LP, I guess, a little bit. Yeah, see, they tend to slow up quite a bit in this section. That's a little too much for the taste. That's easily corrected, like I say, as far as creating a new race LP. Won't do that today. Won't do it during the stream here, but that's something down the pipeline, I guess, as far as for the minor tweaks, I guess, to it. But hopefully you're getting a little bit of a sense of how the track drives. It's very smooth. Man, whoa, way up. Holy crap. A little too much magnification of the braking areas there.
Stay high, clear low, clear.
And see, this time around they haven't caused a caution, so that's cool. They haven't wrecked, at least anyway.
One inside.
Yeah, see how I'm bottoming out right there? That's the way my setup is. I can get quite a speed even though with bottoming out though. I need to bump up the springs just a tad bit
9.
so it doesn't drag in that end of the track.
At your door. Clear low.
So much different the way how much more speed you can get on this end compared to the others. It's crazy.
1 inside.
Maybe Spencer trying to pass me.
Clear low.
Oh god. Slow up something.
32. 3.
Trying to keep
4.
from
0. At your door.
running my nose right into his tail end. I'm gonna race these guys a little bit. Just try to.
Still up there. Still up there.
The low side, they take the high.
Clear. Two. 5. 2. 1.
Get him past.
Outside.
Nice and clean. I don't want to race him dirty.
Stay low there. Stay low there.
Trying to. Car wants to push in this
Still
end
there?
too.
Clear. 10 to go next time. 10 to go next time. Bye. Keep looking. 31.102.
The differential in speed on both ends of the track, it should be pretty obvious.
Outside. Still up there. Still up there. Clear. Outside. Still there. Clear.
Oh, that wants to push so bad in that corner.
31.05. 2.
So much slower on this end.
Outside.
Ooh,
Clear high.
almost pushed into O9 there. Scraping out, bottoming out there a little bit.
31.
Patience is a virtue when it comes to tracks like that.
6.
Oh crap!
Flag. Going in.
Oh,
The hell happened now? Against we're too fast entering.
that is probably a problem with getting the left edge on in that front stretch grass.
What the fuck do they expect?
I bet you that's
If
what
they
that
wanna,
is.
You know, correctly.
I bet you that's what that
road
is.
speed. They need to get the fucking kind of they can fucking do it. It's fucking bullshit.
See if I can get it cleared.
Just concentrate on getting up pit road here as hard as you can there. Inside, pit road speed 45. Need to amend that for 2500 second gear.
Yep, I think that was getting the left side. It gets as far as on the grass. There might be a little bit of issue, and I think I've mentioned that before as far as like having not enough buffer. We'll take a look at that post race here. Yep, I just grazed the left side tires into that front stretch area that I think is set to apron near pits. What I'm guessing.
Okay, go.
And that's probably what got me. We'll see if it'll clear.
Need to amend that for 2500 second gear.
I have no first gear, so I'm keeping it in second. Brutal.
1 minute 19.5. 2. 0.
Trying to obey pit road speed. I don't want to add to the black flag.
Clear to the wall.
Add
They're
to
all
the
clear. All clear. Go hard. And black flag. Keep going in. What the hell happened now? Against we're too fast entering. We're fucking speed. We're going by.
Going around again to see.
Tachometer. We can't even get a good fucking read. What the fuck do they expect? If they want to, you know, correctly gauge pit road speed, they need to get the fucking kind of they can fucking do it. It's fucking bullshit. 2010. Running on pit.
Love my spotter.
Next time by.
Love my spotters.
And black flag. Keep going in.
Oh crap. Oh crap. I dorked myself. Son of a gun.
Go hard.
Dang it. That's all driver error there. Let's get. Go a little bit faster. Torque myself. I got enough laps yet? Get this cleared.
Pit road speed 45. Need to amend that for 2500 second gear. Go, 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 go.
That was my stop and go. So the fact that I did pit service there is probably why I didn't clear it in the first place. Because coming in and actually doing a stop, it doesn't count. That's just the way the sim has always worked. So the fact that I did clear when I did my actual stop and go.
0.5. 7.
But I'm thinking, you know, just going back to how I got that in the first place, the fact that I got those left side tires onto that front stretch there where it's probably labeled. We're going to take a look at that real quick.
Clear to the wall.
Only got a couple
They're all
laps
clear,
here.
all clear, go hard.
That's what it's going to be related to, at least anyway. Alright, we'll just limp this around.
There you go, go hard. Leader's coming up.
I don't want to get these guys way. Ooh, we got Newman flying. We got Rocket Man. You the one that won? That should be
Checker
it.
flag. Checker flag right here.
Yep, ended up going a lap down because of all that mess.
Working that hard there, seeing.
Where the other cars at? Maybe that, they must be that spaced out. Did Newman actually win this thing? He did. Newman was creamed them all. Holy smoke.
Pit road speed 45.
Okay.
Need to amend that for 2500 second gear.
Cool. Not a bad race, I guess, as far as other than getting that, but at least we're feeling it out, I guess, as far as where the potential problem areas are for the track. Let's do a done. Ooh, we'll get out of this, and let's switch this back over to, and we're going to take a look at what's going on in that front stretch area, as far as what spawned that black flag. All right, let's switch this over. Yeah, I appreciate not doing the slots and all that stuff. I'm sure you were probably just itching as far as just to taking what was going on with the track. Let's see here. Capture. Alrighty then, here we go. So what we want to take a look at here. Track for the most part runs pretty good. I think with just those minor tweaks there, I think we're gonna have a really great track. And then boozed up again. Alright, so let's load this up here really quick and see. Whoop. Wrong deal. Hold on a second here, I'm gonna move some stuff around. Un momento. Okay, all right, here we go. So we got the track loaded up here, got that all out of the way. I think so. What we need to take a look at here real quick, just to kind of recap what we just experienced there. We're going to go into extended, and the fact that this is set to, yep. So this painted line is actually on apron. Now the fact that I don't know why it tagged me, I guess, as far as for coming into pits. Not sure what that is, but they're probably going to be a little bit more of a buffer. And I mentioned this before with dealing with this area here to have a little bit of buffer. I think what might potentially need to happen is we need to have maybe another F section in between here and kind of extend out where that race area here, so it gives you a little bit of play. Because I barely got left side tires into the grass, and that's the only thing I can think of on that. So we're probably gonna need to add a little bit more buffer to that. I don't remember exactly where it did. I want to say it did it just before the start finish line. Yeah, it was like in this area. But what I'm noticing, I zoom in closer here, there's part of this F section here, which is this painted line, is actually apron, which I think if we switch that to racing, you know, as far as the racing groove, that might help. Just that little bit. And again, it's like I've mentioned before, because as far as doing that in this area here, as far as to add a little bit of a buffer. So I got that apron near pits here, so that you're not, if you ever so touch, I guess as far as get too low, and like I said, it was only very minimally that I did there, so the fact that I did that, it kind of tells me that's what's going on. There's just too much apron right here, so we did, if you turn this F section here that has that painted line to racing surface, that might correct that. Yeah, all the way through there. And if we have to add another F section in here, I guess as far as to kind of build that buffer up there, but maybe not. I guess so what I was looking at here, so if we go like this and, you know, just kind of extend that and then put the texture to that, that might be the last resort, but I think that it might be well enough as far as applied to that one F section there. Anywho, little tweaks like that, I guess, as far as to potentially eliminate problems, I guess, with getting those erroneous black flags like that. Well, it may not even necessarily be an afterthought. It's just something to consider when you're applying these areas, and you're going to notice that, just like it happened to me. As far as when you try to push the limit, as far as going through different areas there, you're expecting it to be an area where you can get off a course there a little bit. So you want that little bit of wiggle room, right? The fact that it tagged me being, you know, if I was further into the apron, you know, further into that area, I can understand it. But it's kind of like a insult or injury, of course, sorts like that, to be able to get tagged for only getting very minimally, I guess, as far as the left side tires up into the apron there. So, okay, I'm good to go, folks. I think I've had a blast. A lot of stuff that we covered there. Didn't necessarily get any additional contributions, I guess, to the campaign that is for Warrior Week. I'm keep it in mind as far as if you know anybody or if you yourself want to contribute, I guess, as far as to that campaign. Up until tomorrow, feel free to do that. Trying to get to that $100 mark at minimum, I guess, as far as to potentially have that Steam Game Code giveaway, I guess, as far as for Wreckfest. So keep that in mind, I guess, as far as if you or anybody you might know that might want a copy of that. That's one of the incentives, I guess, to be able to do that. Something else I'm noticing here as I'm mentioning all this, I noticed this part here is still a racing groove behind here. And that's just on this side, which shouldn't be too much of an issue, but that might be something to kind of consider. Having that access into the infield might behoove, I guess, to put that as apron instead of racing surface here. That's just, yeah, just something I'm keeping in mind as I say that. But yeah, I think really some minor adjustments, I guess, to protocols, I guess, as far as that we just experienced there. I think it's gonna be pretty cool. Gonna try to push more this week. Well, you got a little bit of work to do anyway, as far as what I've clued you in, I guess, as far as earlier. So if you tend to forget anything, I might forget myself. Just feel free to let me know, as far as anything you might have missed or whatever. But I'm starting to get hungry. I think I'm gonna be a lie. It's been a solid stream. We got a little over 4 hours in there. Been able to get a little bit of a couple of race sessions in there, just as far as to see how the track is responding so far. I think it's doing fantabulous, for lack of a better way to put it. If anything, I'm just going to go ahead and do what I consider to be a soft raid. So feel free to stick around for the stream, for the host at the end of the stream, I should say. Hope you all have a fantastic rest of your weekend. And we'll be seeing you again next week, as far as no later than probably Tuesday, for Truckin' Tuesday. Definitely feel free to hit that follow button if you haven't already, to get the notifications when the streams are live. I've had a lot of fun this week, I guess, as far as in support, I guess, of Wounded Warrior Project for Warrior Week. We got a few contributions there, so that's without falter, I guess, as far as appreciate those that have contributed to that. I'm going to try to get all the tweaks outside. Well, that'll be something. That'll be something to be able to show next week for sure. Let me put all the socials out there. I do have them posted all over the channel as well. But just to give them a little closer to your fingertips, there's the Rock Nation Discord. We do have additional information, as I said, if you want to get your hands on such things as the Splash and Go 2003 Winston Cup mod. There are links in the NASCAR Racing 2003 section. If you don't see that that populated, I guess as far as when you join the Rock Nation, feel free to just post in the lounge that you would like to have the Enter 2003 roll, and we'll make sure we get you squared away, I guess, as far as I'm getting that channel to get all those things like that. So I'm also on the Twitter, so definitely follow me on Twitter as well, I guess, as far as to get all the notifications, I guess, for what's going on post-stream, pre-stream, and everything in between. Hope to see y'all again real soon. Bye for now.